Hello guys, we will start in next 5 to 10 minutes, right? Waiting for everybody to join.
Am I audible to everyone? Can you just a minute? I am not able to see the chat right now. So just a minute. Yeah. Yeah, I think I can see the chat now. Yes. Okay. So let me just open the chat here. Okay. Yeah, guys. What's up? What's up? Um, how is the preparation going on? I think the exam is on 22nd, right? So hi guys, hello everyone, whoever is in the live. Um, hope your preparation is going on very well. So guys, if I am audible and my video is also showing, can you please write it in chat or maybe give some reactions to it so that I can understand? Let me know please so that we can start. Um, yeah, okay. So, hey, hi guys, we will start with this, but before than that, we will uh, maybe talk for like wait for like 3 to 5 minutes. We will talk normally, and then we can start. Um, in the meanwhile, like post any questions that you have. So, by the way, let's inform you guys about the format. So, this will be, of course, there will be 35 questions as normally appears in NSET. It can be a little bit less, but then we want to give you 35 questions so that you can prepare accordingly. So, yeah, so this will be a 35 question session. Starting with maths, I'll take the maths part and then Krishna will join with us. So to take the LR part, that will be kind of the thing, right? So someone is saying blur video. Let me try to fix that once. I hope this is better now, or maybe Gemini is doing something. Yeah, I think it's so. Yeah, I'm seeing some of the questions coming out. Um, uh, by the way, for the blur thing, I have tried my best to fix that. But I think my laptop cameras are a little bit disappointing. So please bear with it. Yeah, I think yes, that's why it's becoming a little bit. blurry. But yeah, whatever. Like, let's pick up questions because that are more important. Like, my face is okay, but then that is much more important. Someone asked, okay, so Aryan was asking what is the level of this test compared to JEE. So just to inform you guys, of course, JEE is a little bit harder, but then the point is Scalar normally asks kind of different set of questions. So first of all, in JEE, you guys will have a very different syllabus. Like mostly JEE has all the topics of 11th and 12th, but first of all, Scalar does not have that. Scalar have only like four, or like 5 to 7 topics of maths, and then they also ask about LR, which is not normally a JEE pattern, right? And secondly, of course, the difficulty level is lesser than that of JEE because JEE's popularity and the difficulty is much harder. But Scalar's questions are way different, and Scalar mostly tries to uh, the pattern of Scalar mostly tries their level best to you can say make such questions so that they test your logical ability directly and not exact formulas. So, of course, there will be some formula based questions and all, but what they try to test is your logical thinking ability. So, in that way, Scalar is somewhat different. So, yeah, so that's kind of mostly it about what Scalar's difficulty type is. But you will get normally unique questions. That's kind of the motive, and that is why we are also here to show you those type of questions so that you can prepare better. So that's kind of the target of this entire session, and also the target of all the free prep and all the prep materials that we technically provide, because Scalar does not ask conventional questions, and so people fumble, right? So that's mostly the point. um Now, yeah, someone is asking, okay, is physical calculator allowed? So yes, physical calculator is allowed, uh, but yeah, you should comply with their rules. Don't come with a mobile saying that that is a physical calculator. Okay, so you might get banned or something. Um, if I start now preparing for the NSET, can I complete till April month intake? I think yes, if you can, if you study rigorously. Normally resources are like, for maths, you can of course follow JE's lectures for these particular topics, and also for like LR, you can follow CAT questions, right? Um, but and of course there is Delta's resources also. If you go to our website, you will find all the Delta's resources. And if you are interested in some paid course, then of course we have that available also. So I think it is April attempt. If you're targeting for the April attempt, it is a pretty good time, right? So no worries. I think you can. If you start now, you can prepare for till the April month intake. Now, what will be the qualifying mark? So, about the qualifying mark, actually, it varies. Okay, so it varies from time to time based on the difficulty. So, in JE also, for each paper, there are different cutoffs, right? So, that is kind of the same thing for NSET also. Based on the difficulty and the performance of the students, they decide their cutoffs. So, it is not publicly released nowhere. And once you give the NSET, what happens is after some days you get an acceptance or rejection letter basically. So if you are accepted, they will invite you personally for mostly interviews, right? And if you are rejected, then they will also mention that, and you can of course attempt again for like I think they allow three attempts per student, right? Per session per student. I think they allow three attempts, so you can easily go for that. And after that their interviews are one of the things, right? So how can I clear on 2 days? What should I focus on? So uh, mostly focus on the easier topics, as you guys have probability and permutation combinations in your syllabus only. So I will hope that you guys have studied it. So focus more on that. Don't directly try to jump into number theory right now, because number theory is a much more newer concept for you guys. And uh, and other than that, exponent and logs, ratio, proportion, these are very much scoring topics. Stats, everything. So these are very scoring topics. So you can directly focus on these, and do not directly consider number theory right now. And for LR, I think LR normally we cannot directly decide all the, because they normally change their pattern of LR for like each attempt. And so it's not that much predictable because LR has 17 topics, right? So for LR, there's no direct pattern, but then there are some sure shot questions. You can of course ask Krishna also when he will come for the LR part. But then yes, there are some patterns to it, and you can try to cover as much as possible. But then uh, just practice some questions and go. That's I think the best you can do for these 2 days. And also please go and solve the January attempt paper and also our mock paper which we have provided for free in our website. So that will, I think, help you very much in your preparation. So that is one more thing you guys can do it, right? So um if I can start now, can I clear March intake? So March intake, it's only 2 days, I guess. So if you're starting and don't like you have many concepts you're lacking, then it will be much difficult for you to start right now. So I'll tell you to focus on the April intake, right? So that will be kind of my advice for you guys. Yeah, yeah. So um okay. Great, great, great. So, okay, guys, last 3 minutes, and then we will start the session from 6:25, as we also don't have so much time right now. Also, we won't be able to give you much time to solve because we don't have that much time ourselves also, and we need to solve 35 questions. So try to solve along, but if we are explaining also, then it's okay. Just follow along and keep a copy and a pen with you guys, and then it will be fine. Explain. Someone is asking interviews. Explain. Okay. So maybe I'll answer one or two queries and then I'll directly jump into the main paper. By the way, let me share my screen. Share. So just a minute, guys. Um, Okay. So I'll just answer. I hope that my screen is visible, and I'll just answer maybe one or two questions, and then we are good to go. And just let me know my screen is visible or not. So yeah. Um, Explain interview process. So I think there are a couple of interview process videos in Streamers channel also. Uh, won't go into detail for now because it will be a very like detailed topic. Not the scope of this session, but of course, we can have maybe similar sessions after than this. Um, April attempt, which date? I directly do not remember the date, but then you can find the date in Scaler's website. um, Difficulty of Janfib PYQ PDF and difficulty of mock test is very different, which is more similar to actual NSET paper. So Janfib, I think both are relevant because mock test was kind of made thinking about the entire papers of last year, and the difficulty of Jan Feb, like the Jan paper, it was a separate. So that's why we have tried to provide you two different question papers so that if both of them comes, you are quite able to solve this. So that's kind of the goal. So please solve both. And actual NSET paper ranges from somewhere that to that. So LR in one day you can't directly cover, but then you can pick some topics. Um, could the cinema switch to full screen mode? We are able to taskbar of Chrome. Okay. Okay. So maybe we'll start with the session directly. So yeah, now this is the first question. So this is an easy question, uh, easy difficulty level. Now the question says that a market researcher surveyed 300 people about the preference for apples, bananas, and cherries. Now 20 people liked none of the fruits. 30 people liked all three fruits. So 20 people liked none of the 30 people like all the fruits. 106 people like exactly true fruits. Not three, not one, exactly true, right? The number of people who like both apples and bananas, the number of people who like both apples and bananas but not cherries is twice the number of people who like both apples and cherries but not bananas. So again, by seeing this, the ultimate goal is find the total number of people who like bananas. So we can directly understand that this is a sets kind of question, right? Sets kind of question. And there are many like conditions given. So we'll try to process each conditions like that. Now, first of all, we know that total people, right? So total people is 300, right? But notice this: 20 people liked none of the fruits. So people who liked at least one, at least one. So that will be 300 minus 20, which is 280, right? So this is first of all a very important observation. Now, now the question is 30 people like all the three foods. So A, B, and C, right? So I'll write A intersection B intersection C, all the fruits, right? So these are 30 people. Now we have this information also. Now 106 people like exactly two fruits. Now let us assume something. So let's say AB, right? Uh, AB only becomes something like this. Just a minute, let me erase. Um, so yes. So let's say AB, we are considering only AB, right? Only, right? So let that be small AB, right? BC, BC only, BC, and AC only, AC. Now what we will do is, uh, so remember that this is AB only, right? So like exactly true foods, right? So can I say that AB plus BC plus AC will be equal to what? 106. Can I directly say this, right? Because 106 people like exactly true foods. Now I got another equation by that, right? Now, let's read the next thing. The number of people who like both apples and bananas, but not cherries. So, only apples and bananas, right? So, again, A, B, right? But not cherries, right? So, A, B only. A is twice the number of people who like both apples and cherries, but not bananas. So, simply, AB equals to 2 apples and cherries, right? A, C. This is our second equation. Now, the number of people who like both bananas and cherries, right? B and C, right? B. So according to us, BC is 10 more than the number of people who like both apples and cherries. So can I write this as BC is equals to 10 plus AC, right? So we technically uh, have considered this, this also, and this also, right? Now, there is another clause here. The number of people who like only apples equals the number of people who like only bananas, also equals the number of people who only likes cherries. So technically, three of them are equal, right? So can we write this separately? So only A equals only B plus 106 plus 30, right? Now, 106 plus 30 will be 136. 136 will be 136 will be, let's see. 136 minus 280, 3x will be equals to 1, 280 minus 136, which is equal to what? 136 means 144, right? So x will be what? Um, 3 fours are 4, and then 8 threes are the 48. So x will be 48. Now we need to find all the people who like bananas, right? Bananas. Bananas. It will be what? only banana plus only apple and banana plus only cherries and banana plus all all three, all A, B, C, right? Now we know only banana is X. X is what? 48. Now only AB is was what? This was 48, right? 48 yet again. Now we know BC was 34, right? So this was BC is 34, right? And all ABC is 30. We know this. So we can directly calculate it. 48, 48, 34, 30, which turns out to be 8, 8, 16. So 96, 96 plus 34 is 130. 160 is the answer. This will be the answer. So it was again sets question are a little bit lengthy because you need to solve the entire thing. So that is one thing. But yeah, I hope that you guys have understood the question. As again we have a very shortage of time. We won't be able to take direct doubts because also the stream is a little bit lagging behind. But then if I see any doubts, please try posting your doubts. Um, so yeah. So again, reiterating what we did. First, we went on to do no, total number of people is 300. At least one will 280. Now, this was given in the question. So this was given in the question. This was given in the question. 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 These four things, and this is the fifth thing that was given in the question. So these all are the things that was given in the question. So now I directly solve this calculation. So AB plus BC plus AC, then I directly tried to put AB and BC's value here and I found AC. So basically solving the equations and then I found BC and AC, AB also, right? So after that, I am using this formula. Why? Because we have only these things. We are not using union, right? Because we have only A, only B, only C, only AB, only BC, only CA, right? And all three. We have these values. So we cannot use the direct union formula. If you mistakenly use the union formula, then you will get it wrong. So that's why I mentioned it. Then we are using 3 into only like only A, only B, only C. So this will be only A, B, C, right? And this was 106. This was only A, B, B, C, C, A. And this was what? All ABC, right? So this was kind of the pattern. Then we found out X to be 48. And now bananas is only banana, only apple and banana because the person who is liking apple and banana will of course like banana, right? So banana, apple, banana, cherries, banana, and all apple, banana, and cherries. So 48, 48, 34, 30 is 160. So that is kind of the answer. By the way, if you guys do not understand, like later on when you're revising, if you do not understand the handwriting of, we have also provided you with the written answer. So now we'll move on to the next question. Um, we'll move on to the next question. So yeah, um, just a minute, guys. Just a minute. Yeah, I'm back actually. So yeah, there were some system issues. So anyways, no worries. Um, let's go on with the next question. So the question is kind of simple, but let's check it out. So a chocolatier blends dark chocolates, right? Chocolate X has 80% cocoa, chocolate Y has 40% cocoa, right? Now he wants to create what? A new blend with 64% cocoa using exactly 25 kg of mixture. Now we need to find how much chocolate X must be used, right? So, so, so I will directly jump into the answer. Feel free to solve it all along. So yeah. So let's do one thing. Assume X is equals to the uh, kg like kgs of chocolate X, kgs of choco X, right? Now then we know that total is 25, right? So 25 minus X would be what? Kgs of choco Y, right? 25 minus X will be that. Now, now we need the percentage to be 64%, right? So can I directly say that, okay, so we can directly say that, let's say, so first 80% it provides, right? X, right? And Y provides how much? 40%, right? 40%. So 25 minus X. So this is the percentage of cocoa and this is the kgs, right? Now this must be equal to 64. And I say that simply. Now I could have written 0.80, 0.40, and 0.64. But so like I can write this also plus 0.4, 25 minus x, and 0.64. But technically, can you understand that this is the same? Because I can take by 100 all common all along and I can directly reduce it. So that's why for simplifications, I have written this. Okay. So to not complicate things much, I have tried to write that. But again, it is up to you, whatever you do. So, so now it will be 80x plus. Um, Actually, let's write all the x terms all along. 40x plus 40 into 25 equals to 64, right? Um, so we will have 40x. Now this will be what? So we have 40x equals to um so, oh, my bad. I have actually missed something. 0.64 into 25, 64 into 25, because I haven't considered the kgs here. So yeah, that's why I was thinking that there is some mistake with that. So this will be also 25. So yeah, don't make these mistakes. But yeah, now it will be 40x equals to, uh, I can directly write 64 into 25, 64 into 25 minus 40 into 25. Now you can directly say that 24 into 25 will be 40 minus x. So x will be what? 24 into 25 by 40, right? So I think 4 into 10, 8 into 5. So 8, 8 threes are 24, 5, 5. So x is what? 15. And so 15x, the answer is 15, right? So it's a very simple, straightforward question. Again, another easy one. Let me check the chat once. By the way, someone is asking, can we get the PDF after the session? So yes, you actually can get the PDF after the session, and you will get the PDF after the session. So don't worry about that. So yeah, I guess some people have already answered in chat. So yeah, kudos guys, very good, well done. Now next question. By the way, like this was kind of a ratio proportion question, if I must say. So ratio, right? Moving on to the next one. Um, Solve for real x log of 4 x squared minus 2x equals to log of 4 5x minus 12. Return the sum of solutions of x. Now, as you can directly see, this is a question of x for logs, x for logs, right? Now, let's directly jump into the solution. So, you can directly see that both sides has log of 4, right? Log 4. Now, it's very easy. Why? Because we can directly cancel out both the logs and we will get with x square minus 2x equals 5x minus 12. Now, this is the straightforward thing that we directly got. Um, but remember that we have these constraints. Why? Because we are using logs. So there will be these constraints that x square minus 2x must be greater than 0 and also 5x minus 12 will be greater than 0. Do not forget this because this will help eliminate net possible solution, right? So this is very much important. So this is kind of domain thing, and that's why remembering about domains is very important. Now we can directly straightforwardly go on to solve this. So this will be what? X square minus 7x plus 12 equals to 0, right? And I can see that it will be x minus 3 and x minus 4. So one I can directly split it also. Minus 3x minus 4x plus 12 equals to 0. So x minus 3, x minus 4 will be equals to 0. So now that is another answer. So we will get x equals to 3 or 4. But we got this answer, but we need to check using the domain conditions that we have, right? So for x equals to 3, we need to check it. Um, so by the way, let me write it once again. Um, so maybe I'll write it here. X square minus 2x is greater than 0. And 5x minus 12, 5x minus 12 is greater than 0. We need to pass these conditions for x equals to 4 also, right? So simply put 9 minus 6 is equals to 3, which is greater than 0. This is correct. So 5x is 15 minus 12, which is equals to 3, which is greater than 0. So this is correct. So x equals to 3 is correct. Now for x equals to 4, 16 minus 8 is equals to 8, which is greater than 0. So this is correct. Now for this is 20 minus 12, which is 8, which is greater than 0, which is also correct. So both of the solutions are perfect. But there can be cases where you need to eliminate some solutions according to this. So always keep this in mind, right? Now, as both of them are solution, now we need to return the sum of the solutions of x. So what will be the answer? Answer will be 3 plus 4 equals to 7, and 7 is the answer, right? Let me check the chat once. So um, let me reload once for the chat. Yeah. By the way, yes, again the question popped up. So we'll get the PDF after the session. No worries. Um, so this is the answer. You also get the written one. So let's directly move on to the next question, right? So in a squad of 50 elite soldiers, 35 are expert in rifles, 40 are expert in pistols, and what? 45 are experts in explosives. So every soldier has at least one area of expertise. Uh, and what is the minimum possible number of soldiers who are expert in all three categories? Now, first of all, always understand this importance, right? Always understand this importance. Every soldier has at least one area of expertise, right? So there are no soldiers which are outside our entire set that do not have any expertise, right? So always keep that in mind. So again, this is kind of a set question only, but then yeah. Um, so let's maybe start solving it. Uh, so what do we need to find? We need to find what is the minimum possible number of soldiers who are expert in all three categories. So, so let's say if this is the set, right? Is the set, we need to make this minimum. So that is our goal, right? So, we like there can be many solutions maybe, but then what I will try to solve is where we will try to maximize the number of people who are not in the sets, right? So not in the set. So that we will try to maximize, right? Now let's maybe try. So who are not expert in rifles? Not expert in rifle. You'll say, okay, 50 minus 35. 50 minus 35, which is 50. Where you are correct. Now, who are not expert in pistols? So same thing with pistol, right? 40 means 50 minus 40, which is equals to 10, right? 45 are expert in explosives. So explosives, not expert in explosives, will be 50 minus 45, which is equals to 5. Okay. Um, got it? So now what we can say is maximum number, right? Max number of soldiers missing at least one, right? Of missing at least one will be what? 15 plus 10 plus 5. If every people is distinct, then the maximum will be taken, which is equals to 30, right? So, so now in the like kind of worst case scenario, what will happen? 30 soldiers, 30 soldiers. So what this means? So this means 30 soldier lack at least one skill, right? So what again, if we try to maximize that, right? If we try to say that okay, everyone should at least have one deficient amount of skill. So then we will already maximize the number of people who will have all the three skills. So that's kind of the idea, right? So now if that is the case, now in worst case scenarios, these all people are missing at least one, right? At least one. So what will happen? So now the remaining, so 50 minus 30, 20 people, right? 20 people must have all three skills. Now understand what I did. Now what is 30? 30 is at least missing at least one skill. Max people. Max. So max to max, there can be 30 people who do not know at least one skill. So what are the other 20 people? They know all the three skills, right? So the minimum number of people who can do is 20. All three skills is 20. How we found? Again, it can be a little bit confusing. So, but it is kind of simple. So first of all, we are taking not experts in rifle, not expert in pistol, not so the max number will be addition of all. So 30 soldiers lack at least one skill. And so if 30 soldiers lack at least one skill, then we can subtract it from 50 and 20 soldiers must have all the three skills. So that's kind of the idea. Um, so hope that you guys have directly understood. Um, but yeah, moving on to the next question. Now, we have done all the four easy questions. Now, this is kind of the time to solve all the medium questions also. So, starting with the first medium question of the session, which is Elena has 12 blocks. Two of each of the colors are R, B, Y, G, O, and P, right? Call an arrangement even if there is an even number of blocks between the two blocks. So, even means what? R B B Y G G Y R O P P O, right? So between two blocks of each color, we always have an even number of blocks, right? So that is kind of the idea, right? Arena arranges all 12 blocks in random order. Now, the probability that the arrangement is even in lowest terms is, right? So this is kind of a good question. So we'll see about that. But then, yeah, let's try to see focus. So now we will try to label the positions one, like try to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, and 12, right? So think of this for each color, like so the two blocks we need to find, right? So the two blocks must be in positions. Two blocks must be in positions where kind of the difference is even. The difference must be even. So for example, so if I put some here red, so the another red could be here, or another red could be we'll maybe just check. So this can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, right? Got it? Now we need to understand that the difference must be in even, right? So so there should be two minimum two blocks or two or multiples of two, right? So I can place R here or here or here, right? So but let's say if R was maybe in three, so it was maybe in three. So then I can put it where? On six, on I guess if I put it on six, then 6 to 9, and then 12, something like that. Now that is kind of the ideology behind it, right? So let me just check for 12 ones. But yeah, I think 6, 9. So no, so I don't think so. We can put it in 9. We can put it in 8. So for 3, it will be 6, 8, 10, and 12. And for 2, it would be what? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. My bad. I have marked it as 8. Um, Maybe I'll erase it and explain once again so that there is no confusion left. So what is happening is, so yeah, so let me place, let's say red here, right? R is here. So if I place R here, then I can put it two steps, right? 4. Now, this is 5, by the way. So, two steps ahead, which is 4. Now, I can put it in 6 also. I can put it in 8 also. Can put it in 10, and I can put it in 12. Why? Because the difference is 2. So, this is 2. This is this is 2. This is 4, right? This is 6, and so on. Now, part. Now, think of this. If I put R in 2, Now this is 2, right? So if I try to check where can I put, I need to put it in 5, then 7, then 9, then 11, right? Now observe this, observe this. If I'm putting it in odd, with the starting, this is start, right? Start is in odd, then I need to end it in even. And if end is in, so sorry, my bad. This is even, start is even, then my ending is odd. Can you see this? So when I started with 1, I need to put it in 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So 1, for 1, I need to put it in 4, 6, 8, 10, or 12, right? And for 2, I needed to put it in 5, 7, 9, 11. So all even numbers, all odd numbers. For odd, we need to put it in even. For even, we need to put it in odd. So this is a very important conclusion. Now, so, and by the way, we have how many colors? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have 6 colors. So can I say, um, so one needs to be in odd and one needs to be in seven, even. So we will divide it into odd and even. So for the entire thing, understand this, for the entire thing to be evenly placed. So let's say for red, I need to put one in odd and one in even. So one in odd and one in even. So red has two blocks, right? Block one will be in odd and block two will be in even. So for green also, block one will be in odd, block two will be in even. So in this way, can I say that I have for odd, I can have a combination of 6 colors, and for even, I can have combination of 6 colors directly. Can I directly say? So my bad. It should be permutation, not combination, because we do care about their positions. So it will be permutation. My bad. So permutation of 6 colors. Permutation of 6 colors. Now question becomes much simpler. What will be the number of even arrangements directly? Number of even arrangements will be 6 factorial into 6 factorial. We have 6 places. We need to arrange 6 colors. We have 6 factorial. So 6 factorial into 6 factorial. Right? Now, now with that being said, what will be the total? So total possible arrangements. Simple, we have 12. So 12 factorial. Now remember that we have repetitions. So for each colors we have 2, right? So 2 factorial. And how many colors we have? 6. 2 factorial to the power 6. As simple as that. Now, what will be the probability? The probability will be what? Simple as that. 6 factorial into 6 factorial. 6 factorial into 6 factorial by 12 factorial. Now, into 2 factorial into 6, that will come above 2 factorial to the power 6. Means what? We can directly simplify this. We can simplify this and say 2 to the power 6. As simple as that. Because 2 factorial is what? 2. So, we can directly say that this is 2 factorial into 6. So, yeah. Hmm, just a minute. Let me get my pen. Yes, 2 to the power 6. Now, this is kind of, so I can directly write it as 6 into 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1 by 12 into 11 into 10 into 9 to 8 into 7. We cancelled out 1 6 factorial, as you can see, into 2 to the power 6. Now, um, this can be cancelled 2. Um, we will take 1 2 from here, so it can be 5. So 2 is gone. Now 10, 2, again 4, this 2 is gone, right? Now 8 has three twos, right? So we'll take three twos and there will be only one two, one. That means 2 to the power 1 is 2. Now, other than that, I think we cannot. So yeah, there is also one which can be done, which is 3, right? So ultimately, what remained was 4 into 2 into 2 by 11 into 3 into 7. So 4 into 2 into 2, 4 into 2 into 2 is how much? 8, 16. So, so I can maybe write it 4 into 2 into 2 by 11 into 3 into 7. 11 into 3 into 7, which is 16 by 77 into 3 will be 231, right? 231. Now, what was I have found the probability? The answer is m plus n, right? So so it will be answer will be 16 plus 231, which is equals to 247. So 247 is the answer. As you can see, the answer is 247. Let me um, go to the chat one so that I can see your chats. Mostly no question. So we'll try to move on with the next question. So just a minute. So where is the question, by the way? Yes. So no, this is the answer, right? See, this is the next question. So by the way, this was a permutation combination probability question. Like again, normally probability questions have a lot of PNC, but then this was a probability question, prob question, right? This was a little bit tricky for because of this, but then yeah, this was a nice question. Now we can move on to the next question. Um, Hope you guys are solving it all along. Please have a notebook, a copy or whatever, and a pen in hand, and you solve it with me so that you can take full benefit of the entire session. So now, the question is, Zoe and Cho run 6 races. Zoe wins first race. After any race, if a runner won the previous race, they win the next one with a probability of 2 by 3. If a runner lost the previous race, they win the next one with a probability of 1 by 3. Now, find the probability Zoe wins exactly 5 of the 6 races. Now, uh, now there can be two conditions, right? Now, so understand this. So there are 6 races, right? So there are I think 6 races. One, two, three, four, five, six. Right? Now there can be two conditions. One where where Zoe will win the last race, right? So where Zoe will win the last race, and where Zoe will win in any of the other five. Like, so this will be one condition and this will be another condition, right? So case one and two. We will go on with so this is lose. Okay. Now we will go on with both the cases first. So case one, win last race, right? So um so I'll directly write it. Just a minute. I'll directly write case one or something. So yeah, now this is case one. Now, what can happen is, let's say we are processing the he does not win the last race. So not winning last race. So it must win these all the five races and then lose the sixth one, right? Now this requires win after win. So like technically you will say that you are winning each of the races. So the first, when all the charts are zero, right? You will do what? You will just win with a probability of 1 by 3 because no one has won it yet, right? No one has won it yet. Now think about that. So no one has won the race yet, and so you have a probability of 1 by 3, right? And then for all the for all the races, right? For all the practical races, you will get what? You'll get 2 by 3 probability, 2 by 3 probability, 2 by 3 probability. And for how many wins? So it will be um 1 by 3, 2 by 3 into 4, right? So, well, that will give us 16 by 3 to the power 5, somewhere like that. Now, case 2 will be something different. Now, what will have? He must now technically think now he does not winning the last race. Like, so he is actually maybe winning the last race. So, in between, he must win some or the other races, right? So that is kind of the pattern. So what will happen is that um, so maybe I can directly write it. So initially, in like in any phase, he will win. He will lose one of the races either in race one or race two or race three or race four. And what will happen if he loses is that its probability will directly change. Why? Because once it loses the last race, the probability changes to 1 by 3. So there will be two probabilities of 1 by 3 square. There will be two probabilities of 1 by 3, right? Now, what we will say is there are two probabilities of 1 by 3, and all the others will be what? Simply 2 by 3. So, all the other cases will be 2 by 3, right? Now, this can happen for how many times? Four times. We can write it 4 into, right? Why? Because you can lose either race 1 or race 2 or race 3 or race 4, something like that. So it will kind of move, right? So with that being said, uh, it will be 8 into 4. 8 into 4 means 32 by 3 to the power 5 again, right? 32 by 3 to the power 5. 32 by 3 to the power 5. Now, what will be the total probability? Simply add the both. Where is the first probability? 16 plus 32. So 16 plus 32 by 3 to the power 5 is the total probability, right? So this becomes 48 by 3 to the power 5. Um, Now 48 means what? 48 means what? 16 into 3, right? 16 into 3. So this will be 16 by 3 to the power 4, which is equals to 16 by 81. So I think they needed m plus n. Yes, they needed m plus n. So 16 by plus 81 will be what? 16 plus 81 will be what? 97. So 97 will be the answer, right? So that is kind of the answer. And again, it is written. Now, I will just check the answer once so that I haven't made any mistakes or something. But yeah, just a minute, guys. Let me also check your chat so that you don't have any, like, if you have any doubt, so that I can directly solve. Um, okay, so I think that there's no doubt. Okay, so great. So yeah, so maybe we will directly move on to the next question, which is, while watching a show, Ayako, Billy, Carlos, and Dahlia, Young, Frank. So I think one, two, three, four, five, six. So six people. A, B, C, D, E, F. We can directly write. Sat in that order in a row of what? Six chairs. Okay. Um. During the break, they went to kitchen for a snack. Now when they came back, they sat on the six chairs in such a way that if two of them sat next to each other before the break, then they did not sit next to each other after the break. That is simple. So find the number of possible seating orders that they could have chosen after the break. Right now, what we will do, we'll maybe take first A. So yes, maybe we will do this. So we will again divide it into A, like cases. So let's set A first. Okay. Now, all the possible sequences which can be there, right? We can directly write it as maybe A, C, E, A, C, F, then A, D, B, A, D, F, then it will be A, E, B, and also A, E, C, A, F, B, and A, F, C, and also I guess A, F, D, right? So A first, A. Now, what we avoided, we simply avoided B, right? B cannot sit next to A, right? So we written all the cases of C, right? D, E, and F. Now you can say why C, only E and F, because again D can't sit. So we wrote all the possible options, right? So so that is one thing. Now let me we can check these configurations. Okay, so ACE is kind of A, C, and E, right? So they can have all the like combinations, and it won't be an issue, right? So basically, we will have two configurations for this. We have one configuration for this because we can't, like, F and A cannot sit. So we have only one configuration for this. So we can again have two configuration for this. We can again have um A, D, and F, right? A, D, A, B, C, D, E, F. So we can again have two configurations for this. Again, why? Because we can't change the position of A. So you can say that the configuration is three, but then we cannot change the A. So either we can do EC or C. And if that is not a problem, then it's fine. Now, as F was there, we cannot write AFC because A and F was sitting, so like we cannot write. So that is one thing. Now, now the point is, this is also two. This is uh so ACF is one, ADB is two, ADF is two. So like maybe I'll erase this directly. So this, yeah. So AEB is what? AEB is, I guess, um, ADF, AEB, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And so AEB is also 1 because again, AEP cannot be in configuration, so only one configuration. Now AEC will be what? 2 again. Yes, EC and CE, so it's 2. Now AFB. So AFB can be how many? AFB. Actually, I think AFB will be 0 because B also can't sit, F also can't sit, so it can be 0. So AFC will have what? One configuration, and I think AFD will be also one valid configuration. But yeah, so I think 2 plus 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12 valid, right? Now you can write B first. You can again do the same things. All the probable sequence we need to find. So B, D, A, B, D, F, B, E, A, B, F, A, yes, B, F, C, of course, and B, F, T. So we can have like, we can again calculate it accordingly. So here to here, I have a little bit of pre-calculation as uh, so that we can directly go on with the session. So again, these are all some lengthy questions. So some things I have prepared, some things I have not. So 2, 4, 2, 4. So BDA, BDF, BEA, BEC. Oh, I think I have missed one case, which is BEC. Yes, BEC can also be another case. So there will be 7 cases all total. So just a minute. I'll write it properly. So BDA, BDF, BEA, BEC, BFA, and VFC and VFD. Okay. So FE cannot be the process, right? So that is one thing. Now BEC have 4, um 1, 2, 3, 4. And this will have 0, 1, 2, right? So 2 plus 4 is 6, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15, 15 valid, right? Now we will go to C first. Now again possible case sequences CAD, CAE, right? CAF, CEA, CEB, CFA, so CFB and CFD. Okay. Now again, if you can figure out, CAD will have 1, um, C and D cannot come together. So CAE will have 2. CAF will have 1. Yes, it will have 1, right? Now CEA will have 4. CEB will also have 4. CFA on the other hand would have 2, and 2 and 2, right? So 1, 2, 1 is 4, 2, 6, 10, 14, 16, 18. So 18 valid. Now, as we already calculated A, B, and C, right? As we calculated already A, B, and C. Now, now tell me this. So, like, so AF, okay. So AF, B, E, C, D, these configurations would be equal. Why? So all the pairs of configurations would be equal. So why it is so? It's because symmetry, right? So we are sitting there, someone is sitting, and let's assume for now C and D are sitting together, right? So if C and D are sitting together, then all the values for C and like the numbers of values for C and numbers of values for D will kind of be equal. So kind of that's the logic. And so what we will simply do is we will kind of multiply the entire summation. So we had 12, 15, and 18, right? 12, 18, and it will repeat two times. So 12 plus 15 is 27, 27 plus 18 is 45, 45 into 2 equals to 90. Okay, so 90 will be the solution. Now, moving on to the next question, which is the uh, medium question. Six cards are numbered 1, 2, 3, through 6 are to be lined up in a row. Find the number of arrangement of the six cards where one of these cards can be removed, leaving the remaining five cards in either ascending or descending order. Now, first of all, um, um, whenever we are saying about ascending and descending, right? So let's say we got our combination, right? So let's say we got 1, 2, 6, 3, 4, 5. This. Okay. So if I remove 6, I'll get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is ascending, right? Now, can we say that simply if I do the reverse? So if I do that reverse, okay. And I got what? 5, 4, 3, 6, 2, 1. I can easily get the, if I again remove 6, I'll get the descending. So can I say that for each combination, so for each normal combination, there will be one ascending and one descending. So if I am finding it for ascending, I can simply multiply it by 2 for descending. So, uh, so can I say ascending plus descending equals to 2 into ascending is our answer. So we won't directly find for ascending and descending. We'll simply just do that. Now, we know that we need only one number to be arranged in a very weird manner. So we will choose one from six, right? So so that is kind of the idea. We will choose one from six. Now, what will happen is now the remaining five must stay in increasing order. But what will happen is there will be like you can say five options, right? There can be five sitting like places where it can sit. So the total would be initial sequences would be 6 into 5. So basically 6C1, 6C1 we can also write, but then it will be 6 into 5 is 30, right? So it will be 30. Now what happens is that actually, but then what we will do is we will overcount some of the solutions, right? We can overcount some of the solutions. Now, how this is happening, I'll show you one example. Okay, this is an edge case. Let's say 1, 3, 2, 4, 5, 6. Okay, now what happens is if I remove 3, I will get ascending. If I remove 2 also, I will get ascending. So I have counted this twice. So I'll write directly two times, not twice, so that you guys can understand. I counted that two times. Um, two times. Yes. Now this is what happening, right? Now, sequence appears twice because again the point was that. Now, any sequence where like so for which sequences would happen? So any sequence where two adjacent numbers are swapped is counted twice. So so there was let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 2, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. So like let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This was the pattern. So let's say we do 2, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. So for this it will be counted twice, right? So adjacent things are if it is swapped. So those will be the cases. So how many adjacent swaps can be done, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 swaps can be done, right? So answer will be 30 minus 5 equals to 25. Now, have we considered everything? No. Why? Because what we mistakenly did that we kind of removed this actual sequence also during the process. Okay. So we need to add it once. So the answer will be 25 plus 1 equals to 26. But is this the answer? No. Why? Because we needed to have multiplied by 2. So 26 into 2 will be equals to 52, which is kind of the answer. So see, this is the answer. Now, we will move on to the next question, which is another medium question. So by the way, like the question before this was kind of you can say that it was kind of a permutation combination question. Now this, let's see. A club consisting of 11 men. By the way, like let me just uh, check that. Okay, so no worries. Okay, maybe we'll directly continue. By the way, I'm seeing a lot of concerns about interviews, so don't worry. There are many videos regarding interviews, and if you get selected, then contact us. We also have a particular course for all the interviews where you get dedicated interview prep. So, and other than that, there are many free resources regarding interviews also. Um, Maybe I'll continue with the next question. So yeah. By the way, please solve questions like with me. What is happening? A club consisting of 11 men and 12 women needs to choose a committee so that the number of women on the committee is one more than the number of men, right? So the committee may have as few as one member or as many as 23 members, right? 23 means plus, right? Let n be the number of such committees that can be formed and the sum of the prime numbers that divided. So by the way, we need to find the above one first and then we need to solve that. So yeah, try it. Very interesting question. I'll solve it in a while. So let's start directly. Now, um, let's assume K. What is K? Number of women selected. Right? Now, the number of men should be k minus 1, right? Men. According to our question, right? According to the question, we need the number of men to be one more. So, number of men to be one less. As simple as that. Now, now, from here, we can also say that the number of men not selected is what? 11 minus 11 minus k minus 1, which is also equal to 12 minus k. You will get the sense in a while why we are doing this, but then yeah, trust the process. So 12 minus k is the men not selected, right? Now, um, The committee may have as few as one member or as many as 23 members. Now, now we will notice something here. Now, what can we notice? So, if I add number of women selected and number of men not selected, it will be what? So, k plus 12 minus k is equals to 12, which is a constant. So, the number is fixed. Number of women selected plus number of men not selected is always a constant, which is 12. So now this is a very unique thing, and now we can use this to kind of model the entire thing. Now, so this will be 12. So so basically we can simply do what each valid committee can basically uniquely choose k women, and it can choose technically 12 minus k men to exclude, right? So, uh, so any valid committee can either do what? It will first of all choose um, a k number of women, and then it will choose k number of men to not be selected. Okay, we can also technically this kind of equivalent. So, so kind of what we can do is um, so we can directly write it as what? The answer would be what? C 23, C 12. Now, it can be directly written as 23, C 12. Now, if you directly try to find the some like prime divisors of 23 raised 12. So, first of all, what 23, C 12 will be? Just a minute, guys. So, anyways, yeah, so sorry, guys. So, 23 C 12, right? So, 23 factorial by 12 factorial, 11 factorial. So, we can directly remove 23 into 22 into 21 into 20 into 19 into 18 into 17 into 16 into 15 into 14 into 13. Yes. We won't include 12. Why? Because we have removed the 12, right? And now here it will be 11 into 10 into 9 into 8, 7 into 6 to 5 into 4 into 3 into 2, right? So let's start by removing this 2. This will be, now we are using this 2 to get 5, right? We'll remove 5 later. We'll see how can we do that. Now this will be what? 21 is 7 into 3, right? 7 into 3. So this will be 7. We need 3 here. Okay. 20 is what? 4, right? 5 into 4. 4, 4, 2. Kind of this is like brute forcing and solving everything. So I can see this is 3. So 9, I will get 3. Now, what I can do also is 18. 18 is again 6 threes are 18. So 3 is cancelled. I can go to So 16 I can directly cancel. 2 into 4 into 2. So 4 into 4 is 16. So 2 into 4 into 2. Done with 16. And then for 5 and 3, we have got 15. So what remains? 23 into 19 into 17 into 14 into 13. This remains for us. Now, uh, now all the prime divisors, by the way, 14 can be written as 7 into 2, right? So now all the divisors are prime. 17, 19, 13, everything is prime. So 23 plus 19 will be what? 23 plus 19, 42, 42 plus 17, 59, 60, 73, 86. So 23 plus 23 plus 19 will be 42, 59, 4, 59 plus 13 will be, so we won't consider 14, right? So 59 plus 13 will be 60, 72, 72 plus 9, 79, 79 plus 2 will be 81. So what we are doing basically, answer is all the summation, right? 23 plus 19 plus 17 plus 13 plus 7 plus 2 equals to 81. Again, remember the sum of the prime numbers that divided. So we got the answer as 8. Again, so well, that was kind of it. We will go to the next question. We will go to the next question. So a gear train has three gears, A, B, C meshed in a series. A meshes with B, B meshes with C. Teeth counts are in the ratio ABC. By the way, guys, like if there are doubts, we will try to keep it at the end of the session, maybe, so that we and try to directly complete all the points. Please mention, make your doubt somewhere so that we can address it maybe later, because we have a lot of questions to go for. Right now, a gear train has three gears ABC meshed in series. A meshes with B, B meshes with C. Now, teeth counts are in the ratio ABC 6, 10, 15, and gear A makes 300 revolutions. Now, find the net number of revolutions made by gear C, assuming ideal meshing, ideal meshing, there will be no slips and whatever, and then meshing reverses rotation each mesh. So, give the integer count and indicate direction relative to it. So, maybe in Scalar, you will have either text based, or maybe they can have some numbers relative, but then yeah, we will do it. Um, so here, one thing which is, I think, uh, one thing which is kind of you need to understand is basically what happens when two gears mesh, right? Their displacements kind of like you can simply understand that their movement are inversely proportional to teeth count. So if the teeth is less, their movement is more, and like angular displacement is more. And then if the teeth is more, their angular displacement is less. Like so, per teeth, it will move more if the teeth count is less. If the teeth count is less, the per teeth area will be more, right? So a very big teeth will, if once moved, then it will display. So it will move the other rear much more, right? So that is kind of the conclusion. So we need to understand the so displacement or angular displacement. Like you can understand as moving of the entire gear is basically inversely proportional to 1 by teeth count. So that is one thing you need to first understand. What is the relation, right? What is the relation? Now, um, a so now what we can also think that if A has So A, let's say A has T of A teeth, B has T of B teeth. Okay. Now, uh, revolutions, how will the revolutions be? Now so what will happen is revolution of A, TA will be revolution of B, uh, TB, right? Why? Because again, the same fact that this must be equal because mm, if A and B is connected, then it will travel the same distance. So that's another thing. Okay. Now again, we have given the teeth proportionality. So 6, 10, 15. So let's keep 6K, 10K, 15K. Very standard process. Now, what is given to us? A makes 300 revolutions, right? So basically, what revolutions? This means RA equals to 300 revs, right? Now, what will be RB? Again, right now we have studied RATA equals to RBT. Now we have RA given, right? So what will be RB? So RB will be RA into TA by TB, right? RATA by RT. So we know RA as 300 into TA. We know, so this is TA, TB, TB, and TC, right? Now we know TB to be what? Um, sorry, TA to be 6K and TB to be 10K, right? So 300 by 6 into 10, 30 into 6, which is 180, right? Now, we can similarly find RC. RC will be what? Again, the same thing. RBTB by TC. This will be the case. Now, RB is what? 180. TB is what? 10K. TC is what? 15K. Right? KK cancel. This will be 2, 3, and then this will be um 6, 60. So 120. Now C makes 120 revolutions. So now what we need to find net number of revolution made by gear C. So it comes out to be 120. So RC equals to 120. Now what happens? Each mesh reverses rotations. So two mission means same direction as A. So what happens? So A is there, B is there, C is there, right? So if A is moving in this direction, then B will move in that direction. If B moves in that direction, C moves in this direction. So basically, direction of C is equals to direction of, that is kind of the answer, right? So hope that is kind of clear. Okay. So I can still see one or two where we get PDF. No worries, you will get a PDF here also in the after the live session ends. You can directly check the description for the PDF, and also you will get the same PDF in the Delta's prep kit also. We will keep it for you guys. Now moving on. Again, the answer is written. Now moving on to the next question. Right. So the next question is what? This is mostly a kind of expo logs type question. So the product of all solutions of the equation. So pretty straightforward. Answer format is somewhat different. We will see, check about that. Now, let me write the equation directly, properly. So e to the power, and this entire thing is in power, right? So 5 um, log ex um, whole square plus 3 equals to x to the power 8. Now, of course, x is greater than 0. Okay. So, can we directly say that t, so we are taking a variable, let's say, for now we can take it as maybe a, right? A equals to log base e x. Also ln x we can take, but it's okay. Now, if you are taking this, that means what? X will be equals to e to the power a, right? X will be also e to the power a. Now, we will replace it. We'll replace it in our equation. So it will become e 5 a square plus 3 equals to e to the power a times 8, right? Now, a simple thing, both side e, we can directly cancel it out. 5a square plus 3 equals to 8. As simple as that. Now, 5a square equals to 5. A square equals to what? 1. A is equals to, so I'll maybe check also once if I have done all the solutions properly. But then, yeah, um, 5 log square. So we have taken ln x as t, so 5t square plus 3. So we have taken as a 5a square plus 3 equals to 8t. Um, oh, so yes, here I made a mistake. Yes. So this will be 8a, not 8 directly. My bad. Um, so this will be 8a. So that's why I was confused about the answer because I was, so yeah. So so the equation will somehow turn out to be 5a square minus 8a plus 3 equals to 0. Right? Now, I can directly see that it can be factorized. Right? So 5a square minus 5a minus 3a plus 3. So 0, 5a minus 5 minus 3, a, a minus 1, sorry, my bad. A minus 1, 3a minus 1. So 0. So 5a minus 3, a minus 1. See. So a will be equal to what? 3 by 5, comma 1. Right? So a will be 3 by 5, comma 1. Now, if now a is this, so x will be what? E to the power 3 by 5, comma e. As simple as that. Now, product of all solutions, right? So these are the two solutions of x. So product will be what? E to the power e into e to the power 3 by 5. So e 1 plus 3 by 5, which is e 8 by 5. Right? Now answer format is e to the power a by b written a plus b. Simple. 8 plus 5 equals to 13 will be our answer. Right? A medium question on an easier side, but then if you just know, if you just have this intuition to replace, to do substitution, so substitution, you can easily solve this question. Now, um, moving on to the next question, which is consider the integer n equals to 9 plus 99 plus 999. till the 321st digit number consisting only of nines. Now, what we need to do is find the sum of the digits of n. Ultimately, whatever we get the digit, we need to find the sum of the digits. Now, this is kind of a number theory type question. But yeah, we'll directly see. Now, whenever we see 9, always you should have this intuition that okay, 9 is what 10 minus 1. Why 10 minus 1? Because it kind of makes our life easier. Okay, as simple as that. Now, what we will do, we'll write this n into 10 minus 1 plus 100 minus 1 plus 1000 minus 1, right? Until how much what we will write plus 10 to the power, this was 321st, right? So this was 321st digit. So 10 to the power 321 minus 1. This will be the case. Now, if we kind of open it, right, we can group it into two ways. 10 plus 100 plus 1000 plus dot 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 plus 10 to the power 321 minus 321 itself. Because why? We are getting 321 terms with minus 1. So 1 into 321 is 321. Right? Now, let's try to see the first three powers, right? 10 plus 100 plus 1000. So what? 1110. As simple as that. Why we are doing this? Because we have only having 321 minus. So that, so now if we try to build the first three, after than that, everything will be 1 according to our this. So according to this. So this will be entire 1 and last is 0. Right? So what we need to care about is the first four because we need to subtract 321. To subtract this. So 1110 minus 321 will be what? I guess it will be 3, so 789. Yes, 789. So this will be 789. Now what we can write this as is so we took first three, right? So 10 to power 3 we took. So we need to take 10 to the power 4 plus 10 to the power 5 plus dot 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 plus 10 to the power 3 to 1 plus 789 is our answer. Right? Now, so can I say that how many digits? Everything will be ones, right? Everything will be ones. And we will get how many ones? We'll get 320. We will get 4 to for 4 to 321, we will get 1, right? So so we will technically get 321 minus 4 plus 1, which will be so 4 to 329 we need to count. So 317 plus 1, 318. So the our digit will be what? 1 into, so 318. 1 into 318 is 318 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9. Right? 318 plus 7. 318 plus 7 is 325. 325 plus 8 is 333. And 333 plus 9 is 342. So the answer is 342. Let me check the question. Yes, the answer is 3. So yeah, again, the written version is there. But interesting question. Just that you need to check what is going on and how we are doing this. Now, moving on to the next question. Now, positive integer n less than 2000 leaves remainders 1, 3, and 7 when divided by 4, 6, and 10 respectively by the largest possible values of n. By the way, let me just check once how many questions are left. So this will be 1, 2, okay, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay, got it. 7% are left. No worries. We will try to solve it very quick. Um, okay. Now positive integer n less than 2000 leaves a remainder 1, 3, and 7 when divided by 4, 6, and 10 respectively. Find the largest possible values of n. Right. So directly we can see that okay, n leaves remainder 1 when when divided by, so sorry guys, um n leaves remainder 1 when divided by 4, right? N leaves remainder 3 when divided by 6, and leaves remainder 7 when divided by 10. So we can directly say that. Now if you see, if you see properly, then how much is divisible? So like remainder is 1. So if I add 3, so if I add 3 here, so it will be divisible. If I add 3 here, it will be divisible. If I add 3 here, it will be divisible. So can I say n plus 3 is divisible by 4, 6, 10? You can directly say this, right? Now it should be a number which is, of course, the LCM. So if it's divisible by all three, it should be the LCM, some multiple of LCM. LCM of 4, 6, and 10 will be what? Um, 4, 6, and 10 should be 60. Yes, 60. 60 will be the LCM. Now, the N is less than 2000, right? And my answer needs to be in multiples of 60. So I need to find number which will be kind of less than 2000, but still it is 60. So how can I directly find it? So maybe we can also like try to estimate. So 2000 by 60 is equals to what? 2000 by 6, 100 by 3, and 100 by 3 is equals to what? 33.33. So taking 33 into 60, it will be 1980. Yes, 1980, 1818, 1980, right? So 1980. So 1980 will be my correct answer because it needs to be a multiple of 60. As simple as that. Now, 1980 is what? N plus 3. 1980 is n plus 3. So n will be what? 1980 minus 3, which is 1977, which is our required answer. Got it? So it was kind of simple. Um, so by the way, guys, if you are scared about what mod is just like uh kind of says that remainder when something divides. So it's, you can say that this is written as n is equals to remainder. Uh, so it is n gives remainder 1 when division divided by 4. This kind of the entire sentence translates to this. So I'll maybe write so that you guys know. The ones who are in Delta courses, they know pretty well about mods. But for all those of you who don't know what mod is, simply this sentence can translate it to n gives remainder 1 when divided by 4. Okay. So this is kind of the translation. But anyways, now directly move on to the next question. Olympic shooting final, four shooters score non-negative integers. Average score is announced as 25. One shooter knowing only on his own score and the average confidently contributes. All the others scored below average. Right? Now what is the minimum score he could have scored? Right? Now first of all, average score is 25. There is four shooters. So total will be what? 4 into 2500. Now one should know only his known score and average confidently concludes all the others scored below average. Now we need to be certain. So basically, he was certain. So first of all, we will of course think that he is not bluffing. He has calculated something, right? Now what can he be do? Now, to be certain, so at least uh like so we can think that the base case will be what? So so if average is 25, right? So and let's say there's shooter A, B, C, D, and this shooter said that I'm the best, and he was certain that he was the best. So the worst, like the what can be the point till like the best case possibility can be what? All these people get 24, 24, 24, and he gets 25, 26, 27, right? At least, right? Now, the sum of all these three will be what? 24 threes are 72, right? So, what should be the minimum score so that he can maybe also conclude that, okay, I am the best. So, 100 minus 100 minus 72 will be what? 28. So, my bad, this will be I'll directly erase it only because we have directly calculated it. But then, yeah, this won't be 27, it will be 28 because we are taking 3 points from each. So this will be 28. So at least the score should be minimum 28. So if it was 27, so understand this, if it was 27, then in no way you could have claimed this. It will be always wrong, right? So his score needs to be minimum 28 so that he can at least say this statement. So there's some possibility that he kind of scored, right? Now, moving on to the next question. Now, this is another, I think, we'll see. Senku needs to measure a precise amount of chemical solution. He has 3 cups of distinct unknown volumes. He pours the solution into 3 ml test tubes. He has 2 ml left over, 5 ml test tubes, 3 left over, and 7 ml has 2 left over, right? Now, can I simply write it as so? Let that amount be x. So x gives remainder what 2 when divided by 3, right? So I can also write 5, 3, 5 when divided by 5 and 7, and he has 2 left over, right? Now, now, simply we can say that okay. Now, so by the way, x is our like to be found thing, right? So x minus 2 is divisible by 3 and 7, right? Um, so x minus 2 is divisible by 21, right? Now, one thing we got x minus 2 must be divisible by 21, right? And now we need to see what is the smallest positive value. That's input. So so I can x minus 2. I can start the sequence with uh now the point is it can start with what? So x minus 2 divisible by 21. That means what? X leaves remainder 2 when divided by 21. Now possible x. It can start from 2, right? 2 is also remainder when it is divided by 21. 23, then it will be what? 45, right? 45 or 40, no, 44, my bad. 44, right? Then 65, 86, um, 86, and then 107, dot, dot, dot. Now we need to what? Find what? x, we have considered this and this, but we haven't considered this. So we'll consider this. So gives remainder 3 when divided by 5. As simple as that. Now we need to find that, right? So if we can directly see, we try 2, right? 2 is not the case. Now we try 23. Now 23 is the case, right? So our answer of x will be 23. So we have gotten 23 as the answer. As simple as that. Yeah. Well, let me check once the chat. Hmm. Okay. Nothing much in the chats. No worries. We'll move on to the next question. So is what? Merchant Jarek has a large collection of gold coins. Um, he tells his apprentice that the number of gold coins is the smallest positive integer n, such that n by 2 is a perfect square and n by 3 is a perfect cube. Now, how many gold coins that can Jarek have? Right? So that's one thing. Now we'll directly jump into maybe the question. Now, there are two conditions, right? Case one is n by 2 perfect square, n by 3 perfect cube, right? That is one thing. Now, so what this means? This means that in the prime factorization, right? The exponent should be the exponent should be like technically um so exponent of 2 must be odd. Why? Why? So first of all, if I tell about you about perfect square, then all exponents must be even so that it can split into two, right? All exponents must be even. Now, so n by 2 is a perfect square, right? So n by 2 is perfect square. So n is a perfect square multiplied by 2, right? So power of 2 must be what? Odd. And all else must be what? Even. Understood this? So that's kind of the intuition behind that. Now, what will be n? N can be 2 to the power 2a plus 1, right? Into 3 to b into dot 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 dot. We can say that, right? Now, condition 2 is n by 3 is a perfect cube. So, n by 3 is a perfect cube. So, n by 3 perfect cube. So, again, perfect cube means what? All powers in multiples of 3, right? Now, so n equals to again perfect cube into 3, right? So, what I can say is 2's power will be 3 of the form 3x plus 1, and other than that all power will be else will be what? Multiples of 3, right? So directly we can write it as n is also equals to 3 3x plus 1. Other than that we can have 2 3y into dot 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 dot. As simple as that. You can write this. Now we need to check. So we got two n formulas. One was 2 to the power 2a plus 1, 3 to the power b dot dot dot. Another n is equals to 2 to the power 3y, 3 to the power 3x plus 1 dot dot dot. Now we need to maintain all these things. These both of the conditions. Now for power of maybe 2, right, like that. So exponent must be odd, also multiple of 3. Multiple of the 3 are 3. So this is 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, dot, 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 dot. So all the events will be cut. So, by the way, like, I think, yes. Now, by the way, that it is smallest positive integer, by the way. So I will always take into consideration what? 3, smallest. So power of 2 must be 3, right? Now, power of 3. Now it should be 3x plus 1, and also it should be even, right? So even will be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, right? So 2, 2 gives remainder 1, right? 2 gives remainder 1. So no, 2 gives remainder 2. 2 gives uh, remainder when divided, div 3 remainder. So 2. 4 gives remainder 1. So 4 is the smallest. So 4 smallest. Right? Got it. Now we need to check what is there. It should be smallest positive integer and such that n by 2 is a perfect one, n by 3 is a perfect cube. As simple as that. Now, how many gold coins does Jirik have? So, from what can be the smallest possible configurations? It must be, and the others I can directly take as 0 because I want smallest possible. So smallest n will be what? 2 to the power 3, 3 to the power 4, which is what? 8 into 9, 8 into 9, which is 8. So no, sorry, 8 into 81, my bad. 8 into 9. It will be 8 into 80. Just a minute. Um, 8 into 81, which is what? 648. So that is kind of the answer. So yeah. Now, after this, I think there are two hard questions and we are done with maths. So three questions left of maths, then we'll again start with the LR. So yeah, this is the I think the last medium question of maths. Four players participate in a strategy game. Each player independently scores an integer from 0 to 10 inclusive. Right? So 0 also can be scored, 10 also can be scored. Now, what is the probability that exactly three players score the same value? Right? Return the numerator of the fraction. Okay, no worries. So, now three players must score the same value. So, can I say that we have 11? So, we have 11 values and we need to choose one to repeat. Right? Now, that is one thing. Now, we have four players and we need to choose three players score the same value. So, we need to have four players choose choose three same. So what will happen? Um, now, um, so like there we want 2, 3, 4, right? Let's say we have chosen these three, right? This is one number, same number. Now let's say this is 0, 0, 0. Let's say for example. So now understand this that exactly. So not two, not four, exactly three players. So I have only how many options from 1 to 10, which is only 10 options, right? For the next place, right? So what I'll say is that now what is the favorable outcomes? Favorable outcomes be 11 into 4C3 is equals to 4C1 equals to 4. 4 into 10, simple as that, 440. Now, correct. Now, what will be the total outcomes? As simple as that. Now, it will be total outcomes. Total outcomes. Right. Mm. Now, total outcomes will be what? 11 to the power 4. Now, honestly, if we can see, what is the probability that exactly 3 plus 4 the same value? Now, uh, if we see that, okay, there is 111, right? So prob will be what? 440 by 11 to the power 4. So we can directly reduce 11 to the power 3 and it can be what? 40, I guess. 40 by 11 to the power 3. So we need to return the numerator, which is what? 40. So the correct answer 440. Why? I think this is not reduced to the like lowest form. So there will be one step which it can be reduced 40 by 11 cube, and now it can't be divisible. So I think the required answer will be 44, not 440. So yeah, slight change in the answer, but then yeah, that is kind of the way. Um, Hope you guys are still with us. Um, so we will move on to the questions. Now, these are very interesting questions, by the way. We have two hard questions, and both the hard questions are very like so very much interesting questions, both of them. And in one, I like that question maybe can stretch too long, so I'll also show you the answer and properly show you the calculation. But yeah, coming with the first hard question, find the arithmetic mean of all the three-digit palindromes. What is palindrome? A number that can be written same from forward and backward, such as 777, 383, 282, whatever, right? So, well, think it this way. So we know, so first of all, we have three digit, right? Now, as we have three digit, so whatever be this middle number, I don't care because if I reverse, right? So if I reverse, this number's position is not gonna change, right? So we don't care. But these two numbers need to be same, right? So can I write my number to be ABA, where A comma B belongs is a digit, so 0 to 9. Can I write this? Right, the number as ABA, right? Now, as I have written ABA and this is the case. Now, if I expand ABA, so how can we write ABA as 101A plus 10B? Why? You can write it properly, right? 100A plus 10B plus 1A, right? So ultimately, it's like 101A plus what? 10B. Like that is kind of the intuition. Now, now for A, we have how many possibilities? 1 to 9. Why 0 is not there? Because if here we put 0, it will be a like one digit number. It's two-digit number. So we can't put 0 here. So 1 to 9 is the possibility. For B, the possibilities are endless, like 0 to 9. All the possibilities, right? So, so can I directly say that, okay, the sum will be what? Um, the total sum will be 101 into all the summations of like so 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus dot 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 dot. till 9, right? Plus 10 into 0 plus 1 plus 2 plus dot 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 plus. Can I say this and this sum is same kind of? Yeah. So I can simply say, if I take common, I can say 1 into 1 plus 2 plus dot 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 plus 9. Now, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9. It's nothing but 1 into 45. Um, so, yeah, so this will be total sum will be what? Uh, 45, 101 into 45. So, also, I think I missed one thing. So the total sum will be equal to what? Um, I think I missed one thing, which is all the possibilities also, right? So I'll maybe take the eraser once. So just a minute. I missed one calculation, a small bit calculation. So the total sum will be also into 10, right? And here I guess it will be into 9. Why? Because we are getting how many palindromes that we need to see. As simple as that. Now, if that is being the case, and we know 1 plus 2 plus 3 dot 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 plus 9 equals to 45, you can directly say that okay, 101 into 45 into 10 plus 10 into 45 into 9, right? And say this now. So, so 101 into 45 into 10 plus 10 into 45 into 9. So if we kind of solve this, so 45 we can take it common. So it will be what? And 1010 plus 90. So 45 common, 1010 plus 90, which will be 45 into 1100. Right? So now what we need to do? We need to find also that we need to find the arithmetic mean. So we need to find the count. So the count will be what? 9 into 10, 90, right? So we have 45 into 1100 and directly do by 90. So we do 550. So 550 is the answer. Now that is, yeah. So that is kind of it. So you, by the way, it's directly written. So my bad. Just a minute. I think I have repeated one question. I'll maybe bring the actual question. Just a minute. So, I think this was the question, and then we can directly go. Just a minute. Yeah. So, yes. Yes. Now this is the question, right? Now, please like read this question properly because this is a very hell of a question. So an iron works on the vertices of cube. So let's build a small cube here. Right. By the way, very bad drawing, but bear with me. Um, a move means walking along an edge to an adjacent node. So if someone is here, he can walk to here, here, or here, right? Now, and start at the vertex on the bottom face. So this is bottom, right? This is top. So and starts walking at somewhere along here, 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 or here, right? Now chooses one of the three adjacent vertices as his first move, right? Now, for every move after the first, the ant never returns to the vertex. So if let's say the ant travels from here, so it cannot travel. So ant is here, so ant cannot travel back to there, right? So if the initial probability is 1/3, after going there, the probability becomes half because it can only choose one of the two directions. Now that's kind of one observation. Now, all allowed word moves are equally like again 1/3 that kind of it's giving. Now find the probability that after exactly 8 moves, the ant is at an vertex on the top face of the cube. So this is the bottom face, this is the top face, and must be on the top face, and it is starting in the bottom face. Now, this is a very interesting question, but a very complex one too. So please listen to it. Please listen to this carefully. Now, again, I'll try to maybe uh draw a cube, but like so it's kind of like this. Assume this to be a cube, right? Um, Something like this. So this is the top face. This is the bottom face, right? Now he will start somewhere here and he needs to be in one of these four vertices, right? This will be start, this will be end. So can I say that? Okay, can I say that I will have so I can so whenever I am in some position, I can either I can either uh what to change level or stay. So whenever I'm here, I can stay in my same level by going here or here, or I can change my level by going here, right? Can I say that? Now I'm going up, or like I'm changing level, or I'm staying the same, right? Now, now another thing, whenever I change one level, I cannot immediately change another, like change back to another level. So if I travel here, I cannot come back. This is not allowed. So I have only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So even if I choose to stay early, so I will have only 1, 3, 5, 7. Now also understand. So if I am in the bottom and I change position once, twice, so for all even positions, I will be back in my same level. But I need to change my levels. So number of level change must be odd. Why? Because again, I cannot, so I need to change my level. So once I changed, if it is twice, then I will again come back to the same level. Thrice, I changed. Fourth, I will come back to the same level. So the number of level change must be odd. That is one thing. Now, um, let's try to model this. So we can have four things. What I'll say. So um so also understand for move one, right? Uh so change level will have 1/3 probability, stay will have 2/3 probability, right? Because we have three positions. But moves 2 to 8, you only have half probability per vertex, right? Because we cannot go back from where we come. So that is one more thing you should understand. So now we will define four states, like four things which we can think of, right? So I will say that okay, either I am in top and just took a horizontal step. Okay, just took a, so this will be n comma horizontal. Just took a vertical. Vertical means level change. Okay, horizon. By the way, like again, I'll define it with cube only. So if this is a very small cube, so so I think this is a very bad example, but like okay, so I'll maybe draw another cube. Just a minute. Um, so this is another cube. So if I'm going this will be vertical. If I'm going this will be horizontal, right? Now, horizontal stays in the same level, vertical stays in the different levels. So, and if I am in the bottom, nth move and horizontal, let's say bottom, nth move, vertical. Now, what is this? What is this? I'll again explain. So, TNH means that after move N, I am in the top with an horizontal last move. So we are kind of saying that from where we came. So was it a level change or was it not a level change? So horizontal means staying in the same level. Horizontal means staying in same level. Vertical means changing levels. So that is one of the things. So yeah, we will try to model this right. Now, by the way, I saw one person asking how many questions left for maths. So this is the last question. So after that, maths is like completed. So yes, TNH is what? I'm coming from top horizontal. So I'll maybe like properly write all the things how we can work or not. So these are the four places that we can be. Now start. Let's start with this. Okay. So I am in the top and I came from a vertical position. Right? I came from a vertical position. So so that means what? I must be from the bottom, right? I must be from the bottom. So is this clear? Like I hope that this is clear. So I must come from bottom. So must come from bottom n minus 1. Of course, previous move was bottom and bottom was what? Horizontal. Horizontal. Now, what will be the probability? It will be mostly half, right? So, in the same way, this will be also half TNH. I'll go to the modeling, but I'll just write how we can think about all this. So, now, TNH, like, that means my previously I must be in the top only. So, so now what will I do? I'll say that okay, I will be T V n minus 1 in plus half T H n minus 1 H. And the same way, this will be also B H. So B V n minus 1. So if the last move was upward, so understand this, why this is 1 into. Because if the last move was a change in level, so I'm changing the level, right? If I change the level, then I must go either this side or this side. That means I will travel horizontally only. So there's a guarantee that I'll travel horizontally. So that's why 1. Plus half uh again. V n minus 1 and it will be H, right? So kind of this is the thing, but now we will come to interesting part, which will be kind of this table. This table is very much interesting. So for I'll not write the entire table, but then I'll show you the table and I'll maybe calculate with you guys. So now understand that again cube. So we are starting from the bottom. So this is another cube, let's say. Okay, it's another cube. So I needed the reference. So let's say we are starting from here. Now, so so I can be either here or either here or either here, right? So I can move bottom horizontal 2 by 3 because this is one, and this is one, right? I can bottom move horizontal 2 by 3. So that's why 2 by 3 is written. I can move to top and I go to 1 by 3. Done. Now let's think about what can be the possible moves. Now, if I have chosen this and this, I can either move here or here, right? So there are two cases. Now, but then, but then again, remember what was TVN? So they always had a option of going like, so let's say if someone is here, they always have an option of going there or always have an option of coming up. So this will be half, right? So entire probability will be half. So half of this will be 1 by 3, right? Now, so basically we need to calculate it using each of the formulas, right? We can say that, okay, THN will be what? We had written this formula. THN is this formula. So I think I have also written it here. 1 plus T into V. So we know that, okay, if someone is coming from is go moving to top horizontal, so the entire probability of this plus probability of this also, like this, right? So that is kind of the thing. So sorry, my bad, this and this, yes. So this added is 1 by 3, right? Now again, bottom vertical is still 0. Why? Because we just have reached. So this is kind of 1 by 3. Now, what is the probability of top space in each move? It will be what? This and this. So 1 by 3 plus 1 by 3 is 2 by 3. Now we'll calculate in the same manner. We'll calculate in the same manner. So if I understood like how this works, then it's very easy. So uh so half of BHN is TV. So 1 by 3, 1 by 6. So 1 by 3 coming here 1 by 6. So now then again these two, now this will be half also, right? So 3 by 6 will be 1 by 2 and so on we have calculated. So for these two we have these things, or and for that we have directly the other one. So that's kind of the formula, and then we can construct this table all along. So if you want, like, I can also construct the tables, there is no problem, but due to um okay, so someone is, I think, requesting to explain that. So first of all, I hope that you have gotten this part that I can change states, right? I can either change stay in my level or I can change my level. I can go from bottom to top or bottom to bottom. Now, second point was, so this was first point. Second point was this: the number of level change must be odd, right? Now, third point was this: move for move 1, the probability will be 1 by 3 and 2 by 3. From moves 2 to 8, the probability will be for any vertex, it will be half, right? Now, now I have defined four places. So either I can be top and I have come from an, so first of all, horizontal means this or this. That means what? We are staying in the same level. So horizontal means this or this. We are staying in the same level. And verticals means we are changing levels. So we are going vertical, above or below, whatever. So we have stayed four things. Now, either we are in the top, right? I'll also show you here. I, so ant is on the top face, having just arrived via vertical, right? So ant is on the top face, just arrived via horizontal, right? And ant is on the bottom. This is B, right? Bottom having just arrived vertical, bottom horizontal. So top vertical, top horizontal, bottom vertical, bottom horizontal, or the four cases are considered, right? So we have defined four kind of four state. Now, now what we did, uh, now what we did is we are calculating. So for each state, we have this formula. Why, how this formula is coming? So let's again think about the formula, right? So I am in the top and I have just arrived via vertical, right? So if I have arrived just by a vertical, so the vertical choice would have been half, right? And then I have just arrived by a vertical move, and that is the only possible reason I can have. So if someone is arriving by a vertical, then what it needs to be in the bottom. And what should have been the last move? Horizontal, not vertical. So if I go up, I cannot go down once because I have this limitation, right? I cannot come back in the same path, right? So must the last move must be horizontal, and the last move must be in the bottom, right? So that's why half B H N minus, right? Now, uh, this that's why this is the solution. Now, if I so uh so if I'm traveling to top and it is horizontal. Now, if I arrived in the top just right now via vertical, I cannot go in the same way. So the only two options left for me are the horizontal moves. So for all the vertical moves, I will definitely have horizontals, right? And now for all the horizontals, I can have a choice that either I can go down or I can go side. So half again. So that's the reason. Now, for and this kind of applies the same, right? For bottom also. Now we construct a table. So initially, what we say that okay, T V N T HN B B N B H N. So initially, what will be the case? I can either go top as 1 by 3, or I can remain in horizontal, and these will be 0, right? So this can be the initial state. So this is move 1, right? Now, after move 1, I can calculate each moves with the formulas. Now, what is the formula? We will see. Now, we need to calculate T of Vn, right? So, this was the formula. T of Vn is half Vh n minus 1. So, this half of this will be what? 1 by 3. Now, B of Vn would be half of this, again 0, right? Now, for this, what will we do is we will take one of this will one of this, we will take half of this. So this is 1 by 3 only. Now, for this, we will take one of this and half of this. It will be 1 by 3. If I'm not wrong. Yes, it will be 1 by 3. Now, we will calculate same for the third. So first, TVN is equals to half PHN. So for this, that. So 1 by 6, right? BVN will be half of THN. So THN minus 1. So this is 1 by 3. Half should be 1 by 6, right? 1 by 6. Yes, I'm correct. 1 by 6. Now, again, 1 and this is half. So 1 by 3 is 1. 1 by half is 1 by 6. 1 by 3 plus 1 by 6 will be what? 3 by 6 is half. 3 by 6 is half, right? Yes, half. So 3 by 6 equals to half, right? Again, 1 and half. 1 and half. So this will be 1 by 6. Am I correct? Yes. So in this way, we will kind of try to construct for 4, for 5, ultimately till 8. And what will be the total of top? Total probability of top will be what? Equals to TVN plus THN. That will be the thing. So this plus this plus this. So now after we can see that after 8 calculations, we have 33 and 69. So 33 plus 69 is 102. 33 plus 69 is 100. Now the answer is 102 by 192, but then we need to reduce it. So the reduced answer becomes 17 by 32. And as the answer was n plus n, it should be 17 plus 32 equals to 40. I know that this was a very complex question. So this was a very complex question. But then, yeah, that is it for maths, guys. I'll uh, certainly, I think Krishna can handle the rest of the things. But like before I leave, any one or two like questions other than that, then it's completely fine. But I know that Krishna is also there. So okay. Oh damn, no, six is still watching. Go. Great, great, great. Great guys. We'll leave the LR with Krishna. Hope you guys like the session and let us know if you have some further questions later when we complete the live session. We'll try to answer all your doubts in the comment section, or you can join the groups also. We will send you some links. But yeah, Krishna, you there? I'll just maybe call Krishna once.
Yep, I'm in the meet. Sorry.
Are you there?
Yes.
I don't know why your voice is not audible to me, but then
Can
we'll
you hear me?
check. Just a minute. Uh, Krishna, you there?
Yes, I'm in the meet. Can you hear me?
I think your audio is coming, but then it's there's some problem with my earphones, so whatever.
Okay.
No worries. No worries, guys.
Hmm.
Thank you very much. I'll leave. Krishna will take over from here. I'll stop presenting.
Okay. So,
Hello,
guys,
guys. Bye bye.
let me know in chat. Hello. Just let me know in chat of YouTube. Like, am I audible? Okay. Okay. Fine. Thank you, Aryan. Fine. I'll present my screen and then we can start. Fine. We'll just start in a minute. I'm sharing my screen. It started. Okay. I think there is a slight delay on YouTube. Uh, and we are ready to start now. So let's start quickly with LR as a lot of time, like maybe 2.5 hours are already passed in maths. So we'll try to quickly solve LR as uh, there are a lot of scoring topics as well. So without wasting time, let's start. So let's start with first question. Just let me know in chat the PPT is visible and you can see first question, and start solving and let me know the answers in chat. You can start solving it and share the answers in chat. And I'll also start. I will not waste much time. So here it's a series sequence question. Uh, Mostly like generally we try to see first difference comes in our mind, right? So let's check difference. So 3 to 10. What's the difference? It's around 7, right? The next 10 to 21. What's the difference? It's 11. And then 21 to 36. What is the difference? If we subtract it, it's 15, right? And then 36 to 55. 36 to 55. What is the difference in this? 4, 15, 19. So 19 is the difference, right? And let's observe the difference in these things as well. So 7 to 11, the difference is 4. 11 to 15, the difference is 4. 15 to 19, the difference is still 4. Sorry, not 4, 4, right? Similarly, if we see forward, 55 to 70, what is the difference in this? 60, 15. So the difference is 15, but it doesn't satisfy our logic till now of the difference of 4 because it is less than 90. So the question is which number in the sequence is incorrect? So this number seems incorrect. 70 should not be here. And what should be in place of 70? Like 19 plus 4. 19 plus 4 is 19 plus 4 is 23, right? So 55 plus 23. What is that? 55. 55 plus 23, what's that? 8, 7, 78. So if we have 78 here, let's check forward, like if the our logic continues. So 78, and what's the difference with 105? It's like 80, uh, 80, and then 25, 25 to 27. So the difference is 27. And in 78 and 105, the difference is 27. And here our logic follows. The difference between these two is 4 again. And here it's also 4. So the incorrect number was 70. And instead of 70, it should be 78, right? So let's move on to next question. This was easy. You also have solutions here in the PPT. Later, you can get this PDF. Let's move to next question. Question 2. We'll solve it quickly, guys, like the more similar to the actual exam. So excluding stoppages, the speed of a bus is 54 kilometers per hour. And including stoppages, it is 45 kilometers per hour. For how many minutes does the bus stops per hour? Including stoppages. So let me start solving it. You guys can also share your answers in the chat. Excluding stoppages, the speed of the bus is 54. Okay, if the bus doesn't stop, it travels 54 kilometer, right, in 1 hour. But if the bus stops, then it's able to travel just 45 kilometers in the same 1 hour, right? How many minutes does the bus stop per hour, right? So the the remaining 9 kilometers is the time which bus would have traveled if it is not stopping, right? So if we get the time traveled by bus in 9 kilometers, we get the time bus was stopped at different stops, right? So we know what's like, we know distance is equal to speed. Speed is equal to distance upon time. So distance is equal to speed into time, right? So for now, our our speed is like 54 kilometer per hour. But the question is asking us in minutes, right? So if we want to convert hours into minutes, let's multiply by 60. So what it will be? 44 divided by 60, 0.9 kilometer per minute is the speed, right, of the bus. And bus, we need to calculate how much time it takes to travel 9 kilometers, right? So distance is 9 kilometers, speed is 0.9 kilometers per minute, and there is some x time that we need to figure out, right? So for that, let's divide this. So 9 divided by 0.9, and these units will be cancelled. Kilometer will be cancelled, and it will be minute equals to x, the time we want. And if we remove this decimal, it will be 90, 1, 10. So 10 minutes. 10 minutes is the time that bus requires to travel 9 kilometer, which bus was not able to travel due to the stoppages. So ultimately, how much time bus is stopping per hour? It's 10 minutes. 10 minutes is the answer. Got it? Easy. Yeah, Aryan solved it. Yes, nice. Let's move on to next question. We have solution here as well. Question 3. Yes. Is integer x a multiple of 12? X cube minus x is a multiple of 24. X square minus x is a multiple of 36. Statement 1 alone sufficient. Options are there, like statement 2 alone is sufficient, either uh, alone sufficient, both together sufficient, or even together not sufficient. Okay. So give your time to this question. And you can let me know whatever you think about the solution in the chat. So let's start. Let's take first equation. So x cube minus x, right? This is the equation. So if we deduce it. So x square minus 1, right? Oh, sorry. And then we can deduce this further. X minus 1, x plus 1, right? So this is the final deduction of this equation. Now, like multiple of 24, right? If is it a multiple of 24? So we know, like, if you can see, these are like three consecutive numbers, like x minus 1, x, and x plus 1. So these are consecutive numbers, and we know that if we multiply three consecutive numbers, it will be always multiple by 3, right? So this is whatever we put in, it will be multiple of 3, right? But we want to make it multiple of 24. For that, we also need 8. We also need that this should also be multiple of 8, right? And for that, what is the condition? Like, and we can see here, like, these are if x is odd, so these two will be even numbers, right? Because it is one before and one after, even numbers. And as they are consecutive even, just the next even number. So if one is multiple of 2, the other will be multiple of 4, right? And that's how they together they together become the multiple of 8. So ultimately, we know that this equation is multiple of 24. We know this for when x is odd. When x is odd, right? If x is even, then also, like, if x is even, these two will be odd numbers. These two will be even, but still, like, the multiple of this will always be multiple by 3, multiple of 3. And if we keep x as even, maybe we can take an example, like if we keep x as 24, right? So if x is 24, this can be 23, and this can be 25. And what is the multiplication? Let's check. And is it divisible? 23, 24, 25. It's 1300. I quickly calculated. It's 1300, 3800, which is also divisible by 24. So if we keep x as even, or if we keep x as odd, this is like multiple of 24. But it depends. The question is, we need to find out the x, whatever x we keep, is it multiple of 12 every time? Is it sure? But we are not sure about this. Not in all cases it will be multiple of 12. Similarly, if we see the condition 2, like x square minus x. Yeah, I can see in the chat, because we still don't know, right, Aryan? So, yep. So for this, like x minus 2, now here it is written like it should be multiple of 36, right? 36. So it is also consecutive number, right? One after the other. It is also consecutive. And if we take example, if we put in x equals to 37, we put 30, like if we put x equal to 36, as it is close, so this will be 34. Still they are multiple of 36 and multiple of 12 as well. But if we take 37, this will be again 36. If x is 37, x minus 1 is 36, right? Still this is multiple of 36, but the 37, it's not multiple of 12. Still we are not sure. So these condition doesn't give us the surety that x will be the multiple of 2. And I took more time, but you can deduce it quickly. And that's why the answer is, even together, they are not sufficient for this condition to satisfy. Yep. Let's move on to next question. You can look into detailed answer here. Let's quickly solve the next question. Between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m., how many times do the hour hand and minute hand form 90-degree angle, right angle? Consider all instances when the angle is exactly 90 degree, right? And you have to enter your answer in integer, so that's not a problem. It's also the easy. It's also a very easy question. You can let me know in chat. So I'll also start solving it. So we have like 12 here, 1 here, 2 here. So from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m., right? How many times will create 90 degrees? So first time, like this is the 1 o'clock. This will move, right? And the minute hand will come somewhere here, wherever it will create a 90-degree. That you agree? Once there will be a position where they'll create a 90-degree angle, right? And then the angle will increase. And while this R hand will be moving towards 2, here again there will be one position where a 90-degree will become before 2 o'clock comes in, right? So between 1 and 2, there are two positions where 90-degree position of minute hand and hour hand will be created. So that's a very simple deduction, right? It's very simple. Let's move on to next. So here you have a solution. Now, this is a little bit lengthy question to read, as we can see. So I'll just zoom out it a little bit. And I'll read with you. So two autonomous survey drones, Rover X and Rover Y, are deployed simultaneously from a central node point C. Okay, there is one node from where they are deployed, right? The drone follows pre-programmed flight path based on the strict distance and rotational command. Okay, so first of all, we'll talk about Rover X path. Rover X travels 45 kilometers straight north from command node and reaches waypoint 1. So it's kind of a direction based question. So while reading, we'll try to draw it up, right? So let's read and draw. So travels 45 kilometers straight north. Okay. 45 kilometers straight north from the command node to reach waypoint 1. And after that, it rotates exactly 90-degree clockwise. So means node is here somewhere, right? It's the node from where all rover X and Y will deploy. They are deployed there, right? They'll fly from the same point. 45-degree north. This is node. This is north. 45 kilometers, sorry, right? And then after this 45 kilometers, it takes a turn, rotates exactly 90-degree clockwise. So what's clockwise? It's right side. So it rotates 90-degree clockwise. Clockwise is this. So it will be facing east then, right? And clockwise, it travels 36 kilometers. And this was waypoint 1 and this was waypoint 2. I'll again create this properly here below. Then rotate, after that, after we reach waypoint 2, we have to rotate 90-degree clockwise again. So we are facing east and then we have to rotate clockwise again. Means it's again a right turn and south. We will be facing south. So, and travels 77 kilometers and then it stops. So this where it stops. So it will go 77 kilometers in south direction. I'll make this properly again here. So this is the starting point. Rover goes 45 kilometers in the north. I'll also create this. This is very handy to create this diagram: north, east, south, and west, right? So it goes north 45 kilometers, and then it takes turn, right? 90-degree turn in the clockwise direction. So it turns, it faces east, and how much it travels? 36. 36. And then it takes again a clockwise 90-degree turn. So it travels south 77 kilometers, right? And here it stops. So this is the stopping point of for X. X stops here, R X, right? Next, rover Y starts flying. So uh, rover Y, we have details here, like travels 14 kilometers straight west from the same command. So they starts from same point and then travels 14 kilometer west, and then which is waypoint 3, and then it exactly rotates 90 degrees. So if you are facing west and you rotate 90-degree anti-clockwise, you're facing west and you rotate anti-clockwise. So anti-clockwise will be towards left. So 90-degree left is south, again south. So it rotates 90-degree anti-clockwise and travels 70 kilometers straight. So this is kind of 70 kilometers, right? And then what's next? 70 kilometers straight and hovers at the final. So Y stops here as well. So Y stops here. Okay, understood. Y has stopped here. Now we have to calculate what is the shortest straight line distance between the hovering positions of X and Y. So this is why this is X. We need to find out this distance. Okay. Hope I have not made any mistake in directions. Let me know if there is anything else in the chat. Let's try to calculate this, right? So shortest, okay. So shortest straight line distance we have to calculate. Let's go. So this is 70. This horizontal spacing, we know it's like 36 plus 14. It's like 50, right? This is 50. 36 plus 14, 50. And this is kind of a right angle triangle. So if we find out this distance, we are good to go. So let's try to find out 77. So 45 plus 70 is the whole distance, which is around 150, correct? And then this is 77. So we need to subtract 77 from this. So it will be like 8, 3, 38 and 50. Let's check. Is it in our options? I'll just calculate it quickly via Pythagoras. $50 square plus 38 square, and we'll take square root. Oh, I think we made some mistake. My answer is coming as 26.8, but we don't have this in option. So let's verify if I made any mistake, and if you know, please let me know in chat in the direction while assessing the direction. let's check this again. So travel 14 kilometers straight west. So this is west, right? From the same command node, okay, rotates exactly 90-degree anti-clockwise, okay, and travels 11 kilometers straight. Oh, I missed this part. So this is not 70, it's 11 kilometer, okay, fine. Rotates exactly 90-degree anti-clockwise again, okay. So now it's facing south, and then it again rotates anti-clockwise. So when you are facing south, anti-clockwise is left. Left means you will be facing east again. So if you are facing south and you want to rotate anti-clockwise, means you will be facing east, right? So it start facing east and then travel 70 kilometers straight. Oh, so we missed that part. Sorry, guys. So we'll need to calculate it again. So this is 11 kilometer, and then we turn east and travel 70 kilometers. So this is actually 50. So if we go here, so 70 will be somewhere like that. So this is the X point and this is the Y point. This whole is 70 kilometers. This is 11. Okay, got it. So let me draw it properly. So here is X, here is Y. Now we know what is this total. This is 45 plus 11. It's like 56. So this is 56. So what is remaining? 77 minus 56 is 21. So this is 21. Understood? Clear? Because we need to calculate this distance. You can let me know in chat if you have already calculated the answer. This is 21. And what is this? 36 plus 14. 50. This is 50. And like 20 is left because this whole is 70, right? So 21 square plus 20 square whole root. Let me know in chat if I've already solved. 20 square plus 21 square whole under root. It's 29. And we have 29 in our options. So be careful in exams. Don't make mistake as I did in lengthy questions. So let's move on. Okay, again a lengthy question. I'll give you time to read. Fine, I'll start reading. An investor begins with an initial capital of 250,000. Their investment journey takes place over several years across different asset classes. Details are as follows. The investor splits their initial 250,000 into two parts, right? First is 60% of the capital, which is invested in asset A, and which yields a simple interest of 8.5% per annum for 4 years. And the remaining 40% of the capital is deposited into a secure saving account offering simple interest of 4% per annum for the exact 4 years, right? Same. So this is about simple interest, very simple and clear. I think nothing is complex here. After exactly 4 years, the investor withdraws the entire accumulated amount, principal plus interest, from asset A and the savings account. So he withdraws everything, and they pool this total amount together and invest 100% into stock B, right? So they take out all the 100% whatever they had interest principal, and then they invest it into stock B over the next 3 years. And stock B was fluctuating every year in different manner, which is mentioned here. In year one, it increased 15%. In year two, market crash, so the stock price fall 22% from its year one ending value, and stock recovers in the third year. Stock recovers, increasing 10% from year two ending. So this is till now, and there is more thing. Like at the end of the third year of the stock market, the investor liquidates their entire position in stock B. Upon liquidation, the brokerage platform charges, there were some charges that they need to deduct, so flat fee were deducted, and the remaining fund was immediately used to purchase physical gold, and the value of this gold appreciates at a compound interest rate 10% per annum, but compounded semi-annually. Okay, the investor holds this gold for exactly 1.5 years. After 1.5 years, the gold is sold to its newly appreciated value. The investor takes their entire sum and puts into a high yield corporate bond, asset C, for exactly 9 months. This bond provides a simple interest of 12% per annum. What is the overall absolute profit the investor made over the 2,50,000 of capital from which investor started? So it's a very big question, but we'll solve it bit by bit, right? So first, let's tackle this section: asset A and the savings account. So we totally have 2,50,000, right? You guys also keep solving it, and then share the chat here, right? So we just need to divide it into 60 first. So what is the 60% of 2,50,000? We'll just multiply it by 0.6, which is 1,50,000. Got it? And the other 40% is by simple subtraction. It is 1 lakh. Got it? So we have divided the funds, and for simple return, it's very simple, right? Principal, rate of interest, and time. We get our interest amount. So we can do it here quickly. So like 150K is 150,000. It's like 1,50,000 into rate of interest is 8.5 for 4 years, right? Invested. So we need to calculate what is the simple interest for this amount. So which is 51,000. Got it? Which will be added to the principal. Ultimately, in 4 years, the investor, how much the investor got is 2,01,000 after 4 years from asset A. Now let's talk about the next 40%. So it's like we have same formula, PRT. We have 1 lakh, and here the simple interest was low, so it was let me check in the question, 4%. Oh, 4%. 4% for 4 years. So here also we have 4% for 4 years. Sorry, Yeah, this I forgot. Our main stuff, right? 4%. So what's it's also very straightforward. We'll get around as this is divided rate of interest, right? So 100, so it's like 1 lakh into 0.04 into 4. So which is like 16,000 rupees. And which is also got added to this 1 lakh. So ultimately, after 4 years from the savings account, the user got 1,16,000. And ultimately, in 4 years from this both assets, how much user got? 3,17,000. Simple. We just broke down the problem statement. And now we'll move to phase 2, where it took all the money and then invested it into stock B over the next 3 years. And then stock B was fluctuating every year in a different way. So we'll play with that money uh, every year, right? So first year, it increased by 15%, right? So we have this amount. We just have to increase it by 15%. So what is this? We just added 15 more. So it's like more 15%. And what is the final calculation? 3,64,550 rupees. Got it. So this was year 1. Now, if you go to year two, whatever, it was loss, right? So how much the stock market crashed uh, and price fall by 22% from year 1's ending. So whatever he had at year 1, after that it crashed. So this was the year 1 ending price. So like 364,550, and then it decreased. So total it was 1, and then it was decreased by 22%, right? So ultimately it got multiplied by how much? 0.78, this value. And we ultimately the value got decreased to 284,349. Got it? So this is the value we have at the end of year 2. Got it? And then in year 3, it increased by 10%, right? So of the year 2 value. So we just need to increase it by, if we multiply this value with 1.10, which is increment by 10%, it will be like 312,783.90. So this is the value we have at the end of year 3. Clear? It is just like very simple question, just lengthy. It takes your time, just that. So the year 3 we got, this is the final value. Now let's read what happened after that. So at the end of year 3 in the stock market, the investor liquidated entire fund. It take out everything, okay, from stock B, and they have, when we take out money, they need to pay some amount, right? Exit fee. So what was the fee? It's like 12,783.90. 12,783.90. So if we subtract this platform fee, we will be left with 3 lakh rupees. So we are left with 3 lakh. The remaining fund are immediately used to purchase physical gold. So next, with that 3 lakh, he purchased a physical gold. The value of the gold appreciated at a compound interest rate, 10% per annum, but compounded half yearly. The investor hold this gold for exactly 1.5 years. So let's calculate this part. So here he got 3 lakhs. He invested that exactly into the physical gold. And then here it's about compound interest. So let's go here. Fine. So what is the rate per period, right? It is like annually it's 10%, but it's like compounded half yearly. So the rate of interest per period is, there are two periods, so 10 by 2, 5%, right? 5%, which is 0.05. Got it? And it they invested for 1.5 years. So how many periods we have, like, of 6 months? So there are 3 periods. Got it? 3 periods of 6 months each. And then we have like a simple formula for this as well. Uh, principal into 1 plus rate of interest raised to power the period, number of period we have, right? So we just need to fill in the values. Let's say 3 lakhs into 1 plus 0.05 is our rate of interest for 1 period, and total 3 periods we have. So how much is this? 1.05 raised to power 3 cube, which is 1.1576, something like that, and which is multiplied by 3 lakhs. So let's do it quickly. What is the answer? Yeah. So the final answer is 347,287.50. So this is the amount that user got from the gold after investing in gold in 1.5 years. User got this much. Now let's see. After 1.5 years, the gold sold at newly appreciated where the investor takes their entire sum and puts it into the high value corporate bond for 9 months with the simple interest of 12 per annum. So it's the final phase now. We got the amount, and now we are investing it into long term like corporate bond with a simple interest of 12. So it's a simple PRT, right? But here just we are investing it for 12, not 12 months completely, right? It's for 9 months. So our time will be reduced. Okay. So let me do it here. So we have this amount 347,287.5. Our rate of interest is 12, right? So 12 means divided by 100, which is 0.12. And then our time is 9 months. So means it's like total 1 year is 12 months, R is 9 months, it is 0.75. 0.75 year. 0.75. Got it? And when we solve this part, we finally get 3 lakh 78,543.37. So this is the final answer we got after doing this many phases of investments. And what we have to do, this is the final amount, and the question asks what is the final profit made. So we just need to subtract 2,50,000 from this amount, which is equivalent to 1,28,543.37. So this is the profit. It was very simple but lengthy question. It takes a lot of time to read and go check the question and improve again. So अर्पित पटेल, मैं 2 दिन में एनसेट निकाल सकता हूँ. So see Arpit, you can give exam, like we can't do anything now. It's NSET is there, right? So whatever your preparation is there, go give the exam. Of course, logical reasoning is something like we have been doing it from a lot of time. Like you might have studied it in school or have given other exams. So logical reasoning is something like which doesn't need any kind of theoretical or conceptual knowledge, you can try it out. But of course, practice is very much required. There are tricks and there are like hacks to do things quickly. But of course, like give your best. Try to solve as much as question before the exams. There are like test series and free mock test also available. Try to give those and then see how you perform. Fine, guys. Question number 7. Try to solve this. This is from blood relations. Okay. Lengthy blood relation question. So a family of 8 individuals, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, and W, lives together. The family spans exactly 3 generations and consistent of exactly 3 married couples. To make things interesting, each family member specializes in a strictly different tech domains, AML, database, game development, front end, and a lot of unique positions are there. And there are different clues. So let's go clue by clue. First is P is the grandfather of W and is married to database administrator. And we have given that they have exactly 3 married couples and the family tree is just of 3 generations. So this is also very important point. So P is the grandfather of W. So maybe there will be some son or daughter and then there will be W, right? And is married to a database administrator. We don't know which letter, but it's database administrator, DA. Now go to next clue. The AIML engineer is the father of R. R specializes in game development. Okay. So let's make a different tree because we are not sure how they are connected. So AIML engineer is the father of R. AIML engineer is the father, means he is male, of R, who specializes in game development. So this R is into game development. W is a full stack developer and is the only daughter of U. W is a full stack developer and is the only daughter of U. Okay, so where this will come? We don't know about U right now, so let's make one more tree. U, and U has a daughter, which is W. Oh, and we have W, so these two are connected. Okay, got it. So somewhere like P, this is the generation 1. This is generation 2, and U lies in generation 2. This is generation 3. So somewhere U is here. Let's keep. Got it? What is next? W is a full stack developer and is the only daughter of U. The DevOps engineer is the son-in-law of Q. Okay. So there is a DevOps engineer. DevOps engineer who is son-in-law of Q. So Q will have a daughter and whose husband will be this guy. Right? So that we'll figure out later. We don't know exact things right now. Let's read further. T is the UI UX designer and is the sister-in-law of S. Okay, and S does not have any sibling in-laws from her husband's side. So his husband don't have any. So S husband don't have any brother, sister, something like that, right? So we have S also in place. We know the it will be connected. Let's read further. V is the backend developer and is the grandson of AIML engineer. So again, V is the grandson of AIML engineer. So now, as we know, there are just 3 generations, right? So now we get a clear understanding. This AI engineer is the grandfather because he is male. We came to know that from the other clues. So uh, P is AIML engineer, that I'm sure, and who is the grandfather. Now V is also a grandson. W is also grandson. We are not sure. Maybe from one parent, from 2 parents, we are not sure. There can be 2 different. They have different parents. V is the backend developer, so that's fine. The front end developer is a female and is a paternal aunt of V. Okay. Okay, so V has a aunt, right? Now V has aunt. So now we can deduce, like we have read, like S. S has a husband who don't have any siblings, in-laws. So S husband can't be like S can't be mother of this V, right? Because she don't have any uh, her husband don't have any brother or sister, something like that. But here she can have brother, S can have brother. So V is somewhere. Let me erase this. V is somewhere here. We have Q as well, who has some daughter, whose husband is DevOps engineer, right? And then we have V, whose aunt. The front end developer is a female and is the paternal aunt of V. So what I deduce from here is V has an aunt, right? Who is a female. Paternal aunt means father's sister. And here in clue number 5, we can know that T is a UI UX designer and a sister-in-law of S. So S seems the parental aunt. V has a parental aunt, which is S, and S has a sister-in-law, which is T. And as this is a generation, so this is first generation, this is second, and then children. So this should be like that. T should be then mother, right? And we can't see, like T is the mother of W. T is not a mother of W, because if V is kind of aunt, T is mother of V. And this connection, W and U, this connection we should shift to this side. So like S has a husband, which is U, because U has a child, which is W. That was the reason. And then we can deduce that T has a son, which is V, whose aunt is S, right? So this is a little bit, and then we have here R, which is also son of the AIML engineer, which is father of this V. So let me make it again clearly for you guys to have a clear understanding, right? So we have P, who is AIML engineer. He has wife, who is a database administrator. And from here we can see, like in clue number 4, DevOps engineer is a son-in-law of Q. And then as we have like son-in-law of Q, where this means like she is the wife of P, as we are talking about generations, right? So P is male, Q is the grandma. Then we have here R is their son, and T is the wife of R, and they both have a son who is V, who is V, because V has an aunt, paternal aunt means father's sister S. And we also know Q has a son-in-law, which is U. So she is the daughter. This is the husband, son-in-law. He's a DevOps engineer, right? And uh, U has a daughter, right? W. It is already written in our clue 3. So this is like this. So W has parents S and V, S and U. V has parent T and R, and P and Q are database administrator, the grandparents. Now, if they call who is the DevOps engineer? So as we know, the son-in-law of Q, U is the DevOps engineer, and who is their spouse? Their spouse is S, who is like aunt for this guy. So U and S are the answers. If you are confused, you can go through the clues again, and you'll see that this graph is what the family tree survived. And as we also know, like there were 3 couples, so this was satisfied. We have 1 couple, 2 couple, and the 3rd couple. Fine. Let's move on to next question. It's it's close to 10 p.m. right now. We have to solve quickly. You can start reading the question. Okay, okay. Is there any background noise coming in? Fine, I'll speak louder. P and Q are database administrator, the grandparents. So fine, guys. I think we should start solving this question as well. You might have read this. So this is also like this is a work and time question. Very simple with the concepts that we know, like to calculate the efficiency of each person and then go about calculating the work done by them. So let's start. A tech startup is building an end-to-end real-time communication platform called Echo, and then to estimate timelines. Uh, To estimate timelines, the project manager uses a standard unit of development work. If working completely alone, Dev A can build it in 45 days, Dev C can build in 60 days, Dev B can build in 60, C in 90, and D in 120 days. So we got their individual strengths, like their individual capacities here, right? Now, the development timeline, phase 1, the core architecture. Dev A, Dev B, Dev C begin working on a project together on day 1. So all 3 together started. They work seamlessly at their standard efficiencies for exactly 10 days to establish the core architecture. Got it? Fine. And then there are different phases: phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4. So let's solve it by phase. So let's calculate the individual efficiencies first. That should be your first thought. So how we will do that? First, we need to know the total work. There are two ways. Either we consider the total work as one, and then the individual efficiencies will be like A the efficiency of A will be 1 by 45, efficiency of B will be 1 by 60, similarly C 1 by 90, and D 1 by 120. But to make our calculations easier, instead of assuming the total work done as 1, we can take LCM of all these things. So we can take LCM of 45, 60, 90, and 120, and then we will get a number which we can assume that number as a total work, and then we can move forward. We will see here, right? So LCM of 45, 60, 90, and 120. The LCM is 360, right? And now we can calculate individual efficiencies. The total work is 360, and now let's calculate for A. For A, what's that? 360 divided by 45, 8 units per day. Similarly for B, 360 divided by 60, so it's like 6 units per day. For C, it's like 360 divided by 90, 4 units per day. And for D, the efficiency of doing work is 360 by 120, which is 3 units per day. So we got efficiencies of each person, how much work that person will do each day, right? So it will be very easy to solve questions phase by phase. Fine. So let's start by phase 1. So in phase 1, dev A, dev B, and dev C begin working on a project together. Okay? And they seamlessly worked for like exactly 10 days they took for core architecture. So let's calculate dev A. How much is the efficiency? 8 plus 6 for B plus 4 for C, right? So what is the total efficiency? Like these are the work done by them in one day. So it's like 18. Got it? 18 units of work these three people together do in one day. Now in phase 1, these people work for 10 days. So how much work they did in 10 days is multiplied by 10, and that is 180 units of work they completed in 10 days. Our total unit was 360. 180 is already done in phase 1. Now we can move to phase 2. So what happened in phase 2? The API disaster. Okay. At start of day 11, dev A is pulled into a different critical project and leaves the team. So dev A leaves. To fill the gap, dev B joins, and dev B and dev C. Okay. Dev D also joins now, and A is gone. However, A's sudden departure reveals a massive API integration bug for the next 5 days. So for next 5 days, there was a bug. While B, C, D are building new features, the bug actively destroys completed work at, at rate equivalent to what dev C could normally build in half a day every single day. So they were proceeding, but they were also getting an issue, right? Just a second. Fine. So let's continue. Um, so they were building features. All these three were building feature, but there was a bug which was also like decrementing, was doing negative work. And how much that negative work was? The negative work was half of dev C's total capacity. So what is dev C's capacity? 4. Half of that means 2. So per day, there was a loss of like negative work of 2 units was happening, plus whatever they were building new, that was there. So let's calculate. Dev B, C, D. How much is their total work? B is 6, C is 4, and D is how much? 3. So this is 13 units of work they were doing, plus there was a negative work of 2. Got it? So how much is the final? Means 11 unit of work was done every day by these 3 people, right? For the next 5 days, right? That was written. So 11 into 5, that is 55 units of work. So in next 5 days, they were able to do the 55 units of work. So till now, how much work is done? 180 here and 55 here. Like 180 plus 55. How much is this? 20 to 30. This much work is done. How much is left? 125 unit of work is left, because this is already done from 360. Here. Now let's move on to phase 3, burnout. At the start of day 16, the bug is finally patched. The destructive work stopped, but DevC's contract expire. So they leave the company. So DevC left the company. Only B and DevD are left. Because of the stress from API disaster, DevB is experiencing burnout and their development efficiency dropped by 25%. So B's efficiency dropped by 25%. DevD continues to work on normal efficiency. They work together under these pressure for exactly 8 days. So next 8 days in this condition. So let's calculate. Now there are just B and D, and B is also working at with a drop of 25% of efficiency. So let's calculate. D, its a normal efficiency is 6, right? But it is working on 25% of less efficiency. So let's calculate how much is that. 1 minus 0.25%, which is like 6 into 0.75 75, right? Which is 4.5 units per day. So this much amount of work B was able to do in burnout. And D was working completely fine with 3 units of capacity per day. So what is total? 7.5. 7.5 for 8 days. It was mentioned here. So 7.5 into 8, it is like 60 units. So 60 units of work is more done in this burnout phase. Sorry. Fine. So 60 amount of work is done. Now there is a phase 4. I think this is the final phase, right? So 60 more is done. From 125, 60 amount of work is done. How much is left now? 60 is done. So 40 and then 65 unit of work is left. 65 here. Just a second. Yes. Clear. So let's read case 4. The crunch. At the start of day 24, Management realizes a major investor deadline is approaching. Dev B recovers from burnout. Okay, Dev B is perfect now with 100% efficiencies. Dev A is also returned because of the urgency, and Dev D remains in the project. To guarantee deadline is met, management hires a highly expensive contractor, the fixer, Dev E. One more new engineer is hired. With Dev A, B, D, and E working together at their peak efficiency, max efficiency, they complete the exact remainder of project in the exact 2.5 days. Okay, so they did that in 2.5 days. If the startup want to fire everyone and just hire Devi from day one, how many days would it take for Devi to build the platform? So we need to calculate how much time Dev E will take to build everything. And how we'll calculate that? We need to find out the efficiency of Dev E, how much he can work in one day. Then we can easily find out how much time it will take to do the complete work, which is 360. So let's do this. So we have A, B, D, and E. So for A, what was the efficiency? For A, it was 8. For B, the efficiency was 6. For D, the efficiency is 3. Right? And now E. We don't know what E. So let's calculate how much is this. 9, 17. 17 plus E is the efficiency of whatever work they do in one day. And now we have to calculate how much work they have to do in one day. So how we'll calculate the total work left is 65 units, right? And as the question mentioned, they did it in 2.5 days. So if we divide it by 2.5, 65, we divide it, what we will get? If 65 is divided by 2.5, we will get 26. So 26 unit of work was done every day to meet this deadline. Now this is the total amount of work we got from our calculation, and this is the required. So if this is 26, so E equals to 26 minus 17. So how much we'll get? The efficiency of E is 9. 9 unit of work E can do per day. Clear? And now it's very easy. How much time E alone will take to do all work? It's like total work divided by work done by one person in one day. So total work is 360 and E can do 9 minutes of work in one day. So what is the answer? 40. If we divide this, 40 days is required for E to do complete. So 40 is the answer. Yep, 40 is the answer, and there's a detailed solution here. Great. You can start. There is much lengthy question as asked. So actually, yeah, there are a lot of lengthy questions. There are a mix of questions, and lengthy questions are also part of NSET. You can also try out there is a January mock available on Delta platform. Try that out, and you will see that. So it's the time game. You have to quickly read, and of course, I agree with one student here saying that our time will be gone in just reading the question. So you need first read the question and try to understand the topic. If you are confident in the topic, then go solve it. If you are not very much confident, then maybe you can skip that for later. And first do the questions which you are confident in, and then move on to other. And if you see some question is confusing, maybe there is a blood relation question which is very confusing, so don't waste time. First solve other and then come back if you have time. Right? So hope you would have read this question. The logistic team of Uganda College West is transporting the main server equipment of Smash Cut tournament. They leave the college in a transport van traveling at a constant speed of 40 km per hour. Exactly 1.5 hours later, they realize they forgot the network switch. You jump on a motorcycle and chase after them down the same highway at a constant speed of 70 kilometers per hour. At what exact distance from college will you intercept? It is also like a relative speed kind of a question, right? So let me know if you have solved. You can let me know in the chat, and I'll also start solving because it's too late right now. So they are traveling at 40 kilometers per hour, and after 1.5 hour we came to know. So how much they have traveled in this period of time? 40 into 1.5, 40 into 1.5, which is like 60 kilometers. So the logistic team have traveled 60 kilometers, and now you remember that they have forgot something which you have to deliver. So you start now. So what is so let's calculate the gap. What is the relative speed here? So the distance, let's talk about the distance is 60 kilometers. Logistic team is here, you are here, they are traveling at 40 kilometers per hour, you will be traveling at 70, but what will be the relative speed? 70 minus 40, 30 kilometers per hour will be the relative speed to travel this 60-kilometer distance to catch them. It's very clear, very simple. And how much time it will take? So total distance is 60, speed is 30, so it will take 2 hours. 2 hours to reach there. And now they are asking what is the exact distance from college. So like, let's calculate for this bike. It is running on 70 kilometers per hour, and if it runs for 2 hours, it will go 140 kilometers. So 140 kilometers from college will be the point where you will be will be connecting with those logistic team. Very simple, very clear. So in NSET, you guys you get mix of questions. So there can be short questions as well. So here is the solution. Okay, one more kind of a lengthy seating arrangement kind of a question. So you can read. Okay, so let's start. 8 software engineers, right? Just a second. Okay, 8 software engineers, PQRSTUV, are called in a war room, circular war room, and to discuss a major platform migration. They are all seated facing the center of the table. Each engineer specializes in exactly one of the following roles, right? The roles are like front end, back end, DevOps. You can read it there. And there are clues. So let's go one by one, tracking the clues, right? So the PM sits third to the right of Q. Okay. PM sits third to the right of Q. So if there are total 8 spaces, right? So if Q is here, PM sits third. So 1 place, 2 place, third place. Right, so here PM, we don't know which letter is that, but it's a PM, project manager. Third to the right of Q, right? Only 2 people sits between PM and V. Okay, so 1, 2, and then V should be here because V can't be, there is already Q is here, right? So only 2 people sits between PM and V. The QA engineer is an immediate neighbor of both V and P. So QA engineer, QA engineer is an immediate neighbor of both V and P. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8. So these are total 8 places we have. QA engineer is an immediate neighbor of both V and P. So here we can't keep QA engineers because P should be then here, right? So then here it's a QA engineer who is the immediate neighbor of V, and then here it should be P. So according to clues, we are going in, right? R sits second to the right of QA engineers. So everyone is facing inside, like in the table, right? Inwards. So accordingly, we need to calculate the right and left. So R sits second to the right. So QA is there. QA's right is this direction. Correct? Sits second. So first and second. So R sits here. Fine. Let's move on to fifth clue. The DevOps engineer and DBA are immediate neighbors. So the DevOps engineer and DBA are immediate neighbors. Okay, we don't know right now where are they, but they are immediate neighbors. Okay, they will sit close to each other. So we need two positions. The DevOps engineer is not immediate neighbor of PM. Okay, so DevOps engineer is not here, neither here. Got it. And then DevOps engineer is not here. It can't be here because it's QA already. So let's keep this information in mind and read forward. These are the positions where DevOps engineer can be, or like this is also the position, but let's see. S is a DBA. Okay, S is DBA, fine. P sits third to the right of DevOps engineer. P sits third to the right of DevOps engineer. So right means this direction, and P is here. P sits third, 1, 2, 3. So DevOps engineer should be here. From this clue, we are clear, right? DevOps. And if DevOps is here, DBA should be here because it mentioned their immediate neighbor. And DBA is S, we know. So this is also solved. Now, T is not a PM and does not sit next to Q. T is not a PM and does not sit next to Q. Okay, so T is also not a DevOps engineer, right? So what is left? Only QA position is left. So T is QA. U is not a PM. U is also not a PM. And so just one position left after that. This. So U is a DevOps engineer. And the backend engineer sits exactly opposite to SecOps engineer. Okay. Currently, we don't know where the backend engineer is. P is not a backend engineer. P is not a backend engineer. This is QA. here there is no space for opposite. Like we need the backend engineer to sit exactly opposite to SecOps, right? And P is not backend. P is not a backend. So where should be a backend engineer? And V is not a UI UX engineer. V is not a UI UX engineer. Okay. You guys also can share in the chat if you have, if you know where exactly things are there. So U is not UI UX, clear. P is not backend. So we need to figure out about this backend engineer, SecOps engineer, where they will be. Oh, but yeah, P is not a backend, but this P can be SecOps, right? And because we this condition should satisfy. Backend engineer is exactly opposite. So see, there are three people here, three people here. So this is a direct opposite. This is possible. We can't do the opposite this opposite condition with any one of these because these conditions are already filled for PM, DBA, DevOps. So P should be SecOps and Q should be backend. Clear? P is not backend and U is not UX. So what's left? R is UI UX and the V is the remaining thing. Whatever is remaining is V. So which position is remaining? Front end. So V is front end. And whatever letter is remaining is the PM. So which letter is remaining? W. W is remaining. So W is PM. So we solved the question. And who is the front end engineer and who sits exactly opposite to them? So front end engineer is V. And who sits exactly opposite? Exactly opposite is a DBA. S DBA. So our answer is that front end engineer is V and who sits exactly opposite is DBA. We solved it. Nice. Let's move on to next. So it's 11th question. We have to do, including this, we have to do 4 questions. What's the time? 10:30. Oh my god. Let's start it quickly. It's also kind of little lengthy. An agricultural engineering firm is building a massive storage silos for liquid fertilizers. The silo construction in 2 seamless parts, a cylindrical bottom and a perfectly fitting right conical rooftop over it, over the cylinder, right? The dimensions are given. The radius of the cylinder base is 7. Right, let's draw this. So hope you understood. So the radius is 7 meters. The height of the cylinder is 15 meters, and the vertical height of the cone is 24 meters. Clear? So vertical height is 24. So we got these things. And the project phase cost, to complete the silo, the firm must pay for 3 distinct phases of preparation and filing. Please use 22 by 7 as the value for pi. Okay, for calculation. That's fine. So what is the phase 1? The entire uh, the entire inside of the silo must be coated with the anti-rust chemical. This includes a flat circular floor at the very bottom. The circular inner wall of the cylinder and the curved inner ceiling of the conical roof. The cost of applying the coat is 85 rupees per, or 85 unit per square meters. Right? So, like, what do we have to do? We have to just calculate area. Very straightforward. So, what's the area of circle? Pi r square for the base, right? So let's calculate that and then quickly move with all. So, like area of circle pi r square, which will I'll directly write the value. Pi r square, which is pi is 22 by 7, and then we have 7 square. So ultimately 154 meters square is the base area. Now we have to calculate the surface area of the cylinder. So what's that? 2 pi RH, right? So for that, let's put in the values. 222 by 7, R is 7, and what is the height? 15. Okay, got it. And the final the calculation for this is 660 meters square. And then we have to calculate the surface area of the cone as well. So for cone, what's that? Pi r L, right? L is this slant height, right? Oh, sorry. L is this slant height, and we can calculate this L by Pythagoras theorem. So 24 square plus 7 square and whole square root. So we'll get the L, and the L is 25 is the L by this Pythagoras theorem. Very easy, right? L. So just pi RL, we'll do pi RL. It's like 22 by 7 into R is 7 into L is 25, which is equal to 550 meters square. So this is for cone, this is for cylinder, and this is the base. And we are doing some anti-rusting coating, so we need to sum it up, right? Everything will be added. So that if we add all these three, the total will be 1364 meters square is the total of this all, right? And then there is a cost given to it, like 85 per square meter. So we'll multiply 85. You can use calculators to do it. It's like 115,940. This many rupees is required to do the coating. So this is the cost one. Now let's move on to next. Exterior weatherproofing. So the entire outside of the silo must be painted with a weatherproof paint. Because the silo sits flat on a concentrate foundation, the bottom floor does not get painted. Okay, bottom floor will not get painted. Therefore, this phase only includes the outer curved surface for the cylinder and for the cone as well, right? Outer. And the cost is 120 per square meter. So here we already have this, right? So for the curved of cylinder, it's 660, and for cone, it's 550. Just the base is not there. So we just add these two values, which is 1210 meters square. And for that, 120 is the price for per per meter square, right? So the total is 145 200. So this is the cost 2. Fine. Let's move on to 3. Once treated, the silo is filled completely with a brim of liquid fertilizer. The cost of the fertilizers is 25 per cubic meters. Got it? So here we need to calculate volume. So how we will calculate volume? We'll be calculating the volume for cylinder and the cone, and we just add it up. It's very simple. What is the volume of cylinder? Pi r square h for cylinder, right? So what it will be? 22 by 7 into 7 square into what is the height of our what is the height of our this cylinder? That is 15. Sorry, this is the auto correct thing. 22 by 7 into 7 square into what's the height? 15. So this is for our height, which is 2310 meters square. Clear? Now we have to calculate the volume for cone. For the volume of cone is 1 by 3 or 1 by 3 pi r square h. This is the volume of cone, right? So we just put in the values 1 by 3 and pi r square 7 square, and for here the height is different, right? For the volume of cone, our height is 25. So what is the final? What is the total volume of it? There's like 3542 meters square. This is the volume of cone. Sorry, I made a mistake. Calculation. This is the total actually. The volume of cone is 1232 meter cube. And then when we add it up, so the total volume of the container. So total volume of the container is that just we need to add 3542 meter cube. So this is the final volume of the whole container, right? And for this, is there any cost given? 25 per cubic meter, right? So we need to multiply it by 25. So if we multiply it by 25, we will get 88,550, right? So this is the cost 3. What is the total combined cost of phase 1, phase 2, phase 3? So we need to calculate all these 3 costs, which we calculated. This cost 3, then we have this is cost 2, and then we have the cost 1. And when we do the addition of all these things, I'll just write the final answer. You can do the calculations. 349,690. So this is the total cost. Clear? So this question is also solved. It was also a bit lengthy, but yeah, you can see the solution here. Let's move on to the 12th question. So we need to finish it up quickly. So actually there are 14 questions. So we are at question number 12. 12, 13, 14, 3 questions. This is very simple and easy question. Let's do it quickly. So what it mentions, right? All files are folders. So let's consider this as a folder circle. And here we have all files. This is files, right? All files are folders. Some folders are documents. So consider this as documents. And some folders are documents. Clear? Third is no document is a spreadsheet. So no document is a spreadsheet. So spreadsheet can be something else, right? Spreadsheet, in like best possible case, it can be file, it can be folder, it can be some unique, but it's never a document. Clear? So now let's see. Some files are documents. Some files, sorry, some files are documents. Okay, can be, but we are not sure. We are not sure. It can be, cannot be. Some folders are not spreadsheet. This we are sure, because some folders are documents and documents are never spreadsheet. So some folders are not spreadsheet, that we are 100% sure. So we are sure about this. No file is a spreadsheet. That we can't confirm. It can happen, it cannot happen. We are not confirmed. Some documents are folders. Some documents are folders. So this is also true. It's there. Some documents are folders. So statement 2 and statement 4 are the only ones which we are 100% sure about. For others, we don't know. So this option C. This is also done. Let's move on to next. Whoa, again, one lengthy question. You guys can read and start solving. I'll also start so that we don't waste much time. An automated fulfillment center uses 3 drones, alpha, beta, gamma, to move inventory. All drones begins their shift at exactly same location, the central charging station. Okay. Drone alpha's route. Okay, so first is alpha's route. Alpha leaves the charging status and flies 40 meters straight north. So maybe if this is the charging station, it flies straight north. So this is like north, north, east, west, south. So 40 kilometers, 40 meters north. Then it turns 90° to its right. To its right means facing east, and flies 30 meters, right? It turns 90° to its right, facing south. It turns again, and it flies 55 meters, correct? It takes then it takes a 90° left turn facing east. Okay, so left turn facing east and flies 15 meters, and finally it takes the last 90° turns and face north and flies 15 meters. Okay, and comes to a stop. So this is the point X. Here the X stopped, right? Then let's move on to the next drone. So we got the point X where the drone 1 stopped. Drone 2. Drone beta. Beta leaves the charging station and flies 20 meters straight west. So here is the charging station, right? So 20 meters straight west. So west is here, 20 meters. It turns 90° to its left. So left is south. So it flies 25 meters south. It then turns 90° to its left, means east, and flies 65. So it flies here 65 meters. So how much is 65? This is 20, this is 30. So this is 50 and 50, this is 65. So this till this point, the drone flies. And finally it takes 90-degree turn facing north and 10 miles. So it goes in this direction for 10 meters, sorry. And then it stops. So let's calculate. This is 55, right? And how much is this? 40 and 25. It's like 65. So 55 and 65 means 10 is the buffer here, which we traveled here exact 10. So this point is exact the intersection of this, and this is the y, right? Now we got y as well. Now drone Garima's route, sorry, Gamma's route, sorry, Gamma route. Gamma does not start from charging station. Okay, so this is the charging station, but instead it is deployed directly from loading bay Y. So Y is this. So it's starting from this Y. Beta's final location. Okay, from loading bay, Gamma flies 5 meters straight west. Okay, where is the west? Here. Here is the west. So this is 5 meters. Right. Hope you guys can see. Straight west. It then turns 90 meters to its right. To its right means north, and it flies 45 meters. So here it flies 45 meters. Clear? And comes to a complete stop as Z. Okay, so this is like Z stop for the third drone. And then what is the shortest straight line distance from central charging point? This is the central. Oh my god. This is the central charging point. What is the shortest distance central charging point? And Z, bay Z is the final gamma, right? This one and the charging point. So what is this distance we need to calculate? And in which specific direction loading Z? So this we'll look into later. Fine. So let's calculate this. So for that, we can use Pythagoras. Okay. So see, this is 10. So what is remaining? This remaining is 15. This remaining is 15, which is at this level, right? And then this complete is 45, right? This complete is 45, and in which 15 is gone because C is at level of 15, right? So we need to minus 15 from 45, which is 30. So Z is vertically 30 meters. So this is 30. And this we need to calculate the horizontal distance as well, right? So that distance is, this is 15, and for Z we moved 5 meters here. So the left, it's left 10 is left here, plus 30 is here, right? 30 is here and 10 is here. So total this distance is 40. And the vertical distance, so this distance is 30. So finally we get C is here, Z is here, this is 40, this is 30. Let's calculate the Pythagoras. Very straightforward. Like 40 square plus 30 square. It's like 2500 if I'm not wrong. Let's check quickly. 30 square plus 40 square. And if we do root, it's like 50. So answer is 50 units. 50 units is the closest distance between the charging station and Z, right? And the next thing which was asked in the question was in which precise direction the loading bay Z located with respect to bay Y. So bay y is here and z is here. Z is here, right? So in which, so this is like north, east, south, and west. So this is kind of northwest direction. From y to z is a northwest direction. So hope you got the answer. You can see the detailed solution here attached. So now we are going to our last question. This is our last question, question number 40. So I'll not waste much time. Let's start. In a university's computer science department is hosting a week-long boot camp of 7 different workshops: operating system, Python, AI, DBA, DSA, Java, networks, are scheduled from Monday to Sunday. Exactly one workshop taught in each day. Then there are clues. Let's start reading the clues. So I'll write just days: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? The DBA workshop is scheduled exactly on Thursday. So this is clear, like DBA is here. There is exactly one day between DBA workshop and Java workshop. Okay. So Java can be here or Java can be here. There are two possibilities. The Python workshop is scheduled immediately before the AI workshop. So the Python workshop is scheduled just before the AI. So this is a group. We don't know where it comes, in which date, but this will come consecutive. So we have a group. Exactly 2 workshops are scheduled between AI and Java. So AI and Java has 2 workshops in between. And the DSA workshop is scheduled sometime after DBA. So DSA workshop is somewhere after DBA in Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But strictly before networks, right? So means DSA, if DSA should be there, it should be in Friday or Saturday because network should be after that, right? And the AI workshop is not scheduled on Monday or Friday. So if AI is not on Friday, it's not on Monday, then the best thing for AI satisfying the other things as well should be like AI, Python is here, AI is here. And then we have Java here. So it satisfies AI and Java has 2. And then DSA workshop is scheduled immediately after DBA. Sometime after DBA. So DSA comes here on Friday, but strictly before network. So network comes here, network, right? Clear. And what is left? OS. So OS comes on Monday. So it's solved. Easy. We got the answer. You can check the answer as well. We got the order. Now whatever the question asks, you can answer on which day which course is happening. Everything will be clear. So that's it. We are done with our 14 questions. There were like a lot of lengthy questions as well. So please expect there will be lengthy question in exam as well. So what the approach is, so to first skim through the question, just see if the topic is something which you have a good command in that topic, then just start reading that thing and start solving it. If you feel you are not confident, then please move ahead to other questions and come back to that question later if you have time. So this will be like my suggestion. Just skim through the paper, and the strategy should be like you first do all the questions you are confident about and you can do quickly, and then move on to questions which are lengthy or you have doubt in. So all the best. It's been very long session. We started around 6, I guess, 6:30, and it's 11 p.m. right now. So it was a where it's a very long marathon, and hope you guys will do good in exam. All the best. uh, take take rest before exam, and you guys can do it. All the best, and I'll end the meet.